Section 99 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 99, Chapter 21, The Ottoman Turks to the Fall of Constantinople, Part 6, by Edwin Pears. Muhammad II, 1451 to 1481. The great object which Muhammad II had to accomplish to make him supreme lord of the Balkan Peninsula was the capture of Constantinople itself. He was only 21 years old when he was grit with the sword of Osman, but he had already shown ability and had had experience both in civil and military affairs. When contemporary writers, Muslims and Christians, give ample materials from which to form an estimate of his character. From his boyhood he had dreamed of the capture of New Rome. Zucca gives a striking picture of his sleeplessness and anxiety before the siege of the city. Subsequent events showed that he had laid his plans carefully and had foreseen and prepared for every eventuality. When his father Murad died, he was at Magnesia. He hastened to Gallipoli and Hadrianople, and at the latter place was proclaimed Sultan. Though he distrusted Khalil Pasha, who had prevented him from retaining supreme power when his father had abdicated, he named him again to the post of Grand Vizier, called him his father, and continued to show him confidence. He commenced his reign by the murder of his infant brother Ahmad, the only other member of the Ottoman dynasty being Orkhan, who was with the emperor in Constantinople, though in order to avoid public disapprobation for the act he had Ali, the actual murderer, put to death. Shortly afterwards his arrival at Hadrianople, he received ambassadors with congratulations from Constantinople and the semi-independent emirs of Asia Minor. But he noted that Ibrahim, the emir of Caramania, was not represented. Muhammad confirmed the treaty already made with Constantine and professed peaceful intentions to all. His father had failed in 1422 to capture the city because of the rebellion of the emir of Caramania. To prevent the repetition of such opposition, the Sultan crossed into Anatolia and forced the emir to sue for peace. No sooner had Muhammad left Europe than the emperor committed the blunder of sending ambassadors to Khalil Pasha, Muhammad's Grand Vizier, who had already been friendly to the empire, with a demand that Orkhan, a pretender to the throne for whose maintenance Murad had paid, should receive double the amount. Failing which, the ambassadors suggested that Orkhan's claim would be supported by the empire. Khalil bluntly asked them if they were mad and told them to do their worst. Muhammad, when he learned the demand, hastily returned to Europe. He at once set about preparations for the capture of Constantinople. He concluded arrangements with the Venetians and made a truce with Hunyadi for 3 years, the latter step enabling him to arrange peace with Hungary, Wallachia, and Bosnia. He amassed stores of arms, arrows, and cannonballs. He was already master of the Asiatic side of the Bosphorus by means of the castle at Anatolia Hisar, built by Bayezid, in order to seize the tribute paid by ships passing through the Bosphorus, and also that he might have a strong base for his attack upon the city. He decided to build a fortress opposite that of Bayezid, at a place now known as Rumelia Hisar. The straits between the two castles are half a mile wide. In possession of the two, he would have command of the Bosphorus and could transport his army and munitions without difficulty. When the emperor, the last Constantine, and his subjects heard of Muhammad's preparations, they were greatly alarmed and remonstrated. Muhammad's answer was a contemptuous refusal to desist from building a fort, for he knew that the imperial army was so reduced in strength as to be powerless outside the walls. In 1452, Muhammad himself took charge of the construction of the fortress and pushed on the works with the energy that characterized all his military undertakings. Constantine sent food to Muhammad's workmen with the evident intention of suggesting that he was not unwilling to see executed the work which he could not prevent. Meantime, the Turks gathered in the harvest in the neighborhood of the new building, and seemed indeed to have desired that Constantine should send out troops to prevent them, a step which the emperor dared not undertake. All the neighboring churches, monasteries, and houses were destroyed in order to find materials for building the series of walls and castles which formed the fortification. The work was begun in March 1452 and completed by the middle of August. Fortifications still remained to add beauty to the landscape and as a monument of the conqueror's energy. When they were completed, as the Turks seized the toll paid by ships passing the new castle, Constantine closed the gates of Constantinople. Muhammad answered by declaring war and appearing before the landward walls with 50,000 men, but he had not yet completed his preparations for a siege. After 3 days, he withdrew to Hadrianople. The value of his new fortification was seen a few weeks afterwards. For when on 10 November, 2 large Venetian galleys from the Black Sea attempted to pass, they were captured, the masters killed, and their crews imprisoned and tortured. Muhammad now made no secret of his intention to capture Constantinople. Critobulus gives a speech, which he declares was made by the Sultan at Hadrianople, attributing the opposition to the Ottomans from a series of enemies, including Timur, to the influence of the emperors. The country around Constantinople was cleared by Muhammad's army. San Stefano, Silivri, Perinthus, Epibatus, and Chialis, Vizi, and other places on the north shore of the Marmora and on the coast of Thrace on the Black Sea were sacked. In November 1452, Cardinal Isidore had arrived in Constantinople with 200 soldiers sent by the Pope, together with a papal letter demanding the completion of the union of the churches. In consequence, on 12 December, a service was held in St. Sophia commemorating the reconciliation of the Eastern and Western churches. Leonard, Archbishop of Chios, had arrived with the cardinal. 6 Venetian vessels came a few weeks afterwards, and at the request of the emperor, their commander, Gabriel Trevisan, consented to give his services per honor de Dio et per honor de tutta la Christianidad. They had safely passed the Turkish castles owing to the skillful navigation of their captain. On 29 January 1453, the city received the most important of its acquisitions. For on that day arrived John Giustiniani, a Genoese noble of great reputation as a soldier. He brought with him 700 fighting men. He was named, under the emperor, commander-in-chief, and at once took charge of the works for defense. In April, a chain fixed upon beams closed the harbor of the Golden Horn, its northern end being fastened within the walls of Galata. 10 large ships with triremes near them were stationed at the boom. The Genoese of Galata undertook to aid in its defense. By the end of March, Muhammad's preparations were nearly completed. Niccolo Barbaro, a Venetian surgeon who was present within the city from the beginning to the end of the siege, states that there were 150,000 men in the besieging army between the Golden Horn and the Marmora, a distance of 3 miles and 3/4. Barbaro's estimate is confirmed by that of the Florentine soldier Tebaldi, who states that there were 140,000 effective soldiers. The rest, making the number of Muhammad's army amount to 200,000, quote, being thieves, plunderers, hawkers, and others following the army for gain and booty, end quote. In this army, the most distinguished corps consisted of at least 12,000 janissaries, who formed the bodyguard of the Sultan. This force had shown its discipline and valor at Varna and at Kosovo. This, the most terrible portion of Muhammad's force, was derived at the time exclusively from Christian families. It was the boast of its members in after years that they had never fled from an enemy, and the boast was not an idle one. The portion of the army known as Bashibazuks was an undisciplined mob. La Brachière says that the innumerable host of these irregulars took the field with no other weapon than their curved swords or scimitars, quote, being, end quote, says Filefo, quote, under no restraint, they proved the most cruel scourge of a Turkish invasion, end quote. In January 1453, report reached the capital of a monster gun which was being cast at Hadrianople by Urban, a Hungarian or Wallach. By March, it had been taken to the neighborhood of the city. 14 batteries of smaller cannons were also prepared, which were subsequently stationed outside the landward walls. Muhammad had also prepared and collected a powerful fleet of ships and large cakes. 140 sailing ships coming up from Gallipoli arrived at the Diplokinion, south of the present palace of Dolma Bagcha, on 12 April. Cannonballs of a hard stone were made in large numbers on the Black Sea coast and brought to the Bosphorus in the ships which joined the fleet. The Turkish army with Muhammad at its head arrived before the city on 5 April. The arrangement of the troops was as follows. Muhammad, with his janissaries and others of his best troops, took up his position in the Lycus Valley between the two ridges, one crowned by what is now called the Topkapi Gate, but which was then known as that of St. Romanus, and the other by the Hadrianople Gate. This division probably consisted of 50,000 men. On the Sultan's right, that is between Topkapi and the Marmora, were 50,000 Anatolian troops, while on his left from the ridge of the Hadrianople Gate to the Golden Horn were the least valuable of his troops, including the Bashibazuks, among whom were renegade Christians. With them was also a small body of Serbs. 2 or 3 days after his arrival, Muhammad sent a formal demand for the surrender of the city upon terms which were probably intended to be rejected. Upon their rejection, he at once made his disposition for a regular siege. For the most part, the remains of the walls still exist, so that little difficulty is found in learning what were Muhammad's chief points of attack. The Golden Horn separates Galata and the district behind it, known as Pera, from Constantinople proper, now distinguished as Stamboul. Galata was a walled city under the protection of the Duke of Milan and ruled under capitulations by the Genoese and was not attacked during the siege. The length of the wall which girded Constantinople, or to give it the modern name Stamboul, is about 13 miles. Those on the Marmora and the Horn are strong but single. Those on the landward side are triple, the inner wall being the loftiest and about 40 feet high. The landward walls have also in front of them a fosse about 60 feet broad, with a series of dams in every part, except about 1/4 of a mile of steep ascent from the Horn, where exceptionally strong walls and towers made them impregnable before the days of cannon. The walls on the two sides, built up from the water, were difficult to capture because the attack would have to be made from boats. They therefore required few men for their defense. The landward walls were, in all the great sieges, except that by the filibustering expedition in 1202-4, called the Fourth Crusade, the defense which invaders sought to capture. Some places, notably near the Silivri Gate and north of that of Hadrianople, were weaker than the others. But the Achilles' heel of the city was the long stretch of wall across the Lycus Valley. About 100 yards north of the place where the streamlet, which gives the valley its name, flows under the walls to enter the city, stood a military gate known as the Pempton, or Fifth Military Gate, and called by the non-Greek writers who describe the siege the St. Romanus Gate. It gave access to the enclosure between the inner and the second wall. Muhammad's lofty tent of red and gold, with its sublima porta, as the Italians called it, was about 1/4 of a mile distant from the Pempton in the valley. The 14 batteries, each of 4 guns, were distributed at various places in front of the landward walls. The Emperor Constantine had fixed his headquarters within the city in the vicinity of the same gate. Under normal conditions, a large detachment of the defenders should have been stationed on the city side of the great inner wall. But the troops for the defense were not even sufficient to guard the second landward wall. Indeed, the disparity in numbers between the besiegers and the besieged is startling. To meet the 150 besiegers, the city had only about 8,000 men. Nearly all contemporary writers agree in the estimate. Francis states that a census was made and that, even including monks, it showed only 4,983 Greeks. The result was so appalling that he was charged by the emperor not to let it be known. Assuming that there were 3,000 foreigners present, 8,000 may be taken as a safe total. The foreigners were nearly all Venetians or Genoese. The most distinguished among them was the Genoese Giustiniani. We have already seen the spirit which actuated Trevisan. Barbaro records the name, quote, for a perpetual memorial, end quote, of his countrymen who took part in the defense. The arrangements for the defense were made by Justiniani under the emperor. With the 700 men he had brought to the city, he first took charge of the landward walls between the Horn and the Hadrianople Gate, but soon transferred his men with a number of Greeks to the enclosure in the Lycus Valley as the post of greatest danger. Archbishop Leonard took the place which he had left. At the Acropolis, that is, near Seraglio Point, Trevisan was in command. Near him was Cardinal Isidore. The Greek noble, the Grand Duke Lucas Notaras, was stationed near what is now the Mahmudiya Mosque with a few men in reserve. The monks were with others at the walls on the Marmora side. The besieged had small cannon, but they were soon found to be useless. The superiority of the Turkish cannon, especially of the big gun cast by Urban, was so great that Critobulus says, quote, "It was the cannon which did everything," end quote. A modern historian of the siege claims that the population of the city was against the emperor. This is scarcely borne out by the evidence. It is true that a great outcry had been raised against the union of the churches, that the popular cry had been, quote, "better under the Turks than under the Latins," end quote. That the demand of the Pope for the restoration of Patriarch Gregory, sent away because he was an advocate of union with Rome, offended many. The Notaras himself, the first noble, had declared that he, quote, "preferred the Turkish turban to the cardinal's hat," end quote, and that the populace had sought out Gennadius because he was hostile to the union. But when the gates of the city were closed against the enemy, this sentiment in no way interfered with the determination of all within the city to oppose the strongest resistance, and the population rallied around the emperor. In the early days of the siege, Muhammad destroyed all Greek villages which had already escaped the savagery of his troops, including Therapia and Principo. Muhammad's army took up its position for the siege on 7 April. On 9 April, the ships in the Golden Horn were drawn up for its defense, 10 being placed at the boom and 17 held in reserve. On the 11th, the Turkish guns were placed in position and began firing at the landward walls on the following day. The diary of the Venetian doctor Niccolo Barbaro and the other contemporary narratives show that the firing of the Turks went on with monotonous regularity daily from this time, that the three principal places of attack were, first, between the Hadrianople Gate and the end of the fosse which terminates 100 yards north of the palace of the Porphyrogenitus. Secondly, in the Lycus Valley, at and around the Pempton, or so-called St. Romanus Gate, and thirdly, near the third military gate to the north of the Silivri or Pege Gate. The ruined condition of the walls, which had hardly been touched since the siege, confirms in this respect the statement of contemporaries. The cannon from the first did such damage that Muhammad, on 18 April, tried a general assault in the Lycus Valley. It failed, and Justinian held his ground in a struggle which lasted 4 hours, when Muhammad recalled his men, leaving 200 killed and wounded. The effect of the cannon in the Lycus Valley soon, however, became terrible. In front of the Pempton, the middle wall, as well as that which formed one of the sides of the fosse, was broken down, and the fosse in the lower part of the valley had been filled in. Justinian therefore constructed a stockade, or storoma, of stones. Beams, crates, barrels of earth, and other available material, which replaced the outer and middle walls through a length of 1,500 feet. Probably on the same date as the first general assault, Balta Oglu, the admiral of Muhammad's fleet, tried to force the boom, but failed. On 20 April occurred a notable sea fight, which raised the hopes of the besieged. 3 Genoese ships in the Aegean bringing soldiers and munitions of war for the besieged fell in within an imperial transport. They had been long expected in the capital and also by the Turks. Muhammad's fleet was anchored a little to the south of the present Dolma Bagcha Palace. When the ships were first seen, Muhammad hastened to the fleet and gave orders to the admiral to prevent them entering the harbor or not to return alive. The inhabitants of the city crowded in the eastern gallery of the hippodrome and saw the fleet of at least 150 small vessels filled with soldiers drawn up to bar the passage. One of the most gallant sea fights on record ensued. The large ships, having a strong wind on their quarter, broke through the Turkish line of boats, past Seraglio Point, and always resisting the Mosquito fleet, fought under the walls of the citadel when the winds suddenly dropped. The ships drifted northwards toward the shores of Pera, and a renewed struggle began, which lasted till sunset at the mouth of the Golden Horn. It was witnessed by Leonard, the Archbishop of Chios, and hundreds of the inhabitants from the walls of the city, and by Muhammad from the Pera shore. The Christian ships lashed themselves together, while the Turks, and especially the vessel containing Balta Oglu, made repeated efforts to capture or burn them. Muhammad rowed into the water alternately to encourage and threaten his men. All his efforts, however, failed, and when shortly before sunset a northerly breeze sprung up, the 4 sailing ships drove through the fleet, causing enormous loss. After sunset, the boom was open, and the relieving ships passed safely within the harbor. The defeat of his fleet was the immediate cause of Muhammad's decision to obtain possession of the Golden Horn by the transport of his ships over land from the Bosphorus to a place outside the walls of Galata. But preparations for this task had been in hand for several days. He had tried and failed to destroy the boom. He was unwilling to make an enemy of the Genoese by trying to force an entrance into Galata, where one end of the boom was fastened. His undisputed possession of the country beyond its walls enabled him to make his preparations for the engineering feat he contemplated without interruption. He had already stationed cannon, probably on the small plateau where the British Crimean Memorial Church now stands, in order to fire over a corner of Galata on the ships defending the boom and to distract attention from what he was doing. 70 or 80 vessels had been selected, a road leveled, wooden tram lines laid down on which ships' cradles bearing the ship could be run, and on 22 April the transport was effected. A hill of 240 feet had been surmounted, and a distance of a little over a mile traversed. The ships probably were started from Tufana and reached the Horn at Kazim Pasha. The sudden appearance of 70 or 80 ships on the Golden Horn caused consternation in the city. After a meeting of the leaders of the defense, it was decided to make an effort to destroy them. James Coco, described by Francis as more capable of action than of speech, undertook the attempt. Night was chosen and preparations carefully made, but the plan could not be kept secret. On 28 April the attack was made and failed, the design probably having been signaled to the Turks from the tower of Galata. Coco's own vessel was sunk by a well-aimed shot fired from Kazim Pasha. Trevisan, who had joined the expedition, and his men only saved their lives by swimming from their sinking ship. The fight, says Barbaro, was terrible. Quote, a veritable hell, missiles and blows countless, cannonading continual. End quote. The expedition had completely failed. The disadvantages resulting from the presence of the fleet were immediately felt. Fighting took place almost daily on the side of the Horn as well as before the landward walls. The besieged persisted in their efforts to destroy the enemy ships, but their inefficient cannon did little damage. During the early days of May, a Venetian ship secretly left the harbor in order to press the Venetian admiral Loredan, who, sent by the Pope, was believed to be in the Aegean, to hasten to the city's relief. The emperor was urged by the nobles and Justiniani to leave the city, but refused. Meantime, Muhammad continued an attack on the ships in the harbor with his guns on the slope of Maltepe. On 7 May, a new general assault was made and failed after lasting 3 hours. A similar attempt was made on 12 May near the palace of the Porphyrogenitus, now called Tekfur Sere. This also failed. After 14 May, the attacks on the landward side were concentrated on the stockade and walls of the Lycus Valley. Attempts were made to undermine the walls and failed, and to destroy the boom, and thus admit the great body of the fleet, which still remained in the Bosphorus. The latest attempt on the boom was on 21 May. 2 days later, the Venetian brigantine, which had been sent to find Loredan, returned in safety, but with the news that they had been unable to find him. Their return was due to a resolution of the crew, which has the best quality of seamanship. Quote, whether it be life or death, our duty is to return. End quote. In the last week of May, the situation within the city was desperate. The breaching of the walls was steadily going on, the greatest damage being in the Lycus Valley, for in that place was the big bombard throwing its ball of 1,200 pounds weight 7 times a day, with such force that, when it struck the wall, it shook it, and sent such a tremor through the whole city that on the ships in the harbor it could be felt. The city had been under siege for 7 weeks, and a great general assault was seen to be in preparation. 2,000 scaling ladders, hooks for pulling down stones, and other materials in the stockade outside the Pempton had been brought up, and ever the steady roaring of the great cannon was heard. In 3 places, Muhammad declared he had opened a way into the city through the great wall. Day after day the diarists recount that their principal occupation was to repair during the night the damages done during the day. The bravery, the industry, and the perseverance of Justinian and the Italians and Greeks under him is beyond question. And as everything pointed to a great fight at the stockade, it was there that the elite of the defense continued to be stationed. Muhammad showed a curious hesitation in these last days of his great task. The 7-week siege was apparently fruitless. Some in the army had lost heart. The Sultan's council was divided. Some asserted that the Western nations would not allow Constantinople to be Turkish. Hunyadi on his way to relieve the city. A fleet sent by the Pope was reported to be at Chios. Muhammad called a council of the heads of the army on Sunday, 27 May, in which Khalil Pasha, the man of highest reputation, declared in favor of abandoning the siege. He was opposed and overruled. Muhammad thereupon ordered a general assault to be made without delay. On Monday, Muhammad rode over his fleet and made arrangements for its cooperation, then returned to the Istanbul side and visited all his troops from the Horn to the Marmora. Heralds announced that everyone was to make ready for the great assault on the morrow. What was destined to be the last Christian ceremony in St. Sophia was celebrated on Monday evening. Emperor and nobles, patriarch and cardinal, Greeks and Latins took part in what was in reality a solemn liturgy of death, for the empire was in its agony. When the service was ended, the soldiers returned to their positions at the walls. Among the defenders was Sinor Khan, the Turk who had been befriended by Constantine. The military gates, that is, those from the city leading into the enclosure between the walls, were closed, so that, says Cambini, by taking from the defenders any means of retreat, they should resolve to conquer or die. The emperor, shortly after midnight of 28 to 29 May, went along the whole line of the landward walls for the purpose of inspection. The general assault commenced between 1 and 2 o'clock after midnight. At once the city was attacked on all sides, though the principal point of attack was on the Lycus Valley. First of all, the division of Bashibazuks came up against the stockade from the district between the Horn and Hadrianople Gate. They were the least skilled of the army and were used here to exhaust the strength and arrows of the besieged. They were everywhere stoutly resisted, lost heavily, and were recalled. The besieged set up a shout of joy, thinking that the night attack was ended. They were soon undeceived, for the Anatolian troops, many of them veterans of Kosovo, were seen advancing over the ridge crowned by Topkapi to take the place of the retired division. The assault was renewed with the utmost fury, but in spite of the enormous superiority in numbers of daring attempts to pull down stones and beams from the stockade, of efforts to scale the walls, the resistance under the brave defenders of the 1,000-year-old walls proved successful. The second division of the army had failed as completely as the first. The failure of the Turks had been equally complete in other parts of the city. Critobulus is justified in commenting with pride on the courage of his countrymen. Quote, "Nothing could alter their determination to be faithful to their trust." End quote. There remained but one thing to do if the city was to be captured on 29 May, to bring up the reserves. Muhammad saw that the 2 successive attacks had greatly weakened the defenders. His reserves were the elite of the army, 12,000 janissaries, a body of archers, another of lancers, and choice infantry bearing shields and pikes. Dawn was now supplying sufficient light to enable a more elaborate execution of his plans. The great cannon had been dragged nearer the stockade. Muhammad placed himself at the head of his archers and infantry and led them up to the fosse. Then a fierce attack began upon the stockade. Volleys were fired upon the Greeks and Italians defending it, so that they would hardly show a head above the battlements without being struck. Arrows and other missiles fell in numbers like rain, says Critobulus. They even darkened the sky, says Leonard. When the defenders had been harassed for some time by the heavy rain of missiles, Muhammad gave the signal for advance to his, quote, "fresh, vigorous, and invincible janissaries." End quote. They rushed across the fosse and attempted to carry the stockade by storm. Quote, 10,000 of these grand masters and valiant men, end quote, says Barbero with admiration for a brave enemy, quote, ran to the walls, not like Turks, but like lions, end quote. They tried to tear down the stockade, to pull out the beams or the barrels of earth for which it was partly formed. For a while all was noise and mad confusion. The roar of the cannon was added, the clanging of every church bell in the city, and shouts of Allah, Allah, and replies of the Christian Justinian and his little band cut down the foremost of the assailants, and a hard hand-to-hand fight took place, neither party gaining advantage over the other. It was at this moment that Justinian was seriously wounded. He bled profusely and determined to leave the enclosure to obtain surgical aid. That the wound was serious is shown by the fact that he died from it after a few days, though some of his contemporaries thought otherwise and upbraided him for deserting his post. Critobulus, whose narrative, written a few years after the event, is singularly free from prejudice, says that he had to be carried away. It was in vain that the emperor implored him to remain, pointing out that his departure would demoralize the little host which was defending the stockade. He entered the city by a small gate, which he had opened to give easier access to the stockade. The general opinion at the time was undoubtedly that by quitting his post he had hastened the capture of the city. Meanwhile, the emperor himself took the post of Justinian and led the defenders. Mahomet witnessed from the other side of the fosse the disorder caused by the departure of the Genoese leader. He urged the Janissaries to follow him, to fear nothing. Quote, "The wall is undefended, the city is ours already." End quote. At his bidding, a new attempt was made to rush the stockade and to climb upon the debris of the wall destroyed by the great gun. The stalwart Janissary named Hassan was the first to gain and maintain a position on the stockade, and thereby entitle himself to the rich reward promised by the Sultan. The Greeks resisted his entry and that of his comrades and killed 18, but Hassan held his position long enough to enable a number of his followers to climb over the stockade. A fierce but short struggle ensued while other Turks were pouring into the enclosure. They followed in crowds. Once a few were able to hold their position on the stockade. Italians and Greeks resisted, but the Turks were already masters of the enclosure. Barbaro says that within a quarter of an hour of the Turks first obtaining access to the stockade, there must have been 30,000 within the enclosure. The defenders fled in panic. The Turks, according to Leonard, formed a phalanx on the slope of each side of the hill and drove Greeks and Italians before them. Only the small gate into the city was open, and this was soon crowded with dying or dead. The overwhelming numbers of the invaders enabled them soon to slaughter all opponents who had not escaped into the city. The military gate of the Pempton was at once open. Hundreds of Turks entered the city, while others hastened to the Hadrianople gate and opened it to their comrades. From that time, Constantinople was at the mercy of Muhammad. A public military entry followed, probably at about 10 in the morning, and then the city was handed over to the army, as Muhammad had promised, for a 3-day sack. In the first struggle within the enclosure and near the Pempton, the emperor bore a part worthy of his name and his position. The last Constantine perished among his own subjects, and the remnants of the Italians who were fighting for the honor de Dio et de Christianidad. All accounts of his death attest his courage. He refused, says Critobulus, to live after the capture of the city and died fighting. The manner of his death and the question whether his body was ever found are, however, both doubtful. An incident is mentioned by Dukas and is incidentally confirmed by other writers which may have hastened the capture of the city. Whether by accident or by treason, a small postern gate near Tekfur-Saray, the palace of the Porphyrogenitus, had been left open, and in the midst of the final struggle, a number of Turkish troops entered and obtained possession of the walls between the palace and the Hadrianople gate, where they hoisted Turkish ensigns. Some even went as far as the mosaic mosque known as the Chora and plundered it. But an alarm was immediately given, and the emperor hastened to the Hadrianople gate and assisted in driving out the intruders. Then, as hastily, he returned to the stockade, arriving just at the moment when Justinian was preparing to leave. The story of Dukas is not mentioned by Critobulus, who either knew nothing of it or regarded the incident as unimportant. Sa'ad ad-Din gives a version which, apart from the bombastic fashion in which he wrote his account of the capture of the city, occasionally contains a grain of truth. He says that, quote, while the blind-hearted emperor, end quote, was busy resisting the besiegers to the north of the Hadrianople gate, quote, "Suddenly he learned that the upraising of the most glorious standard of the Word of God had found a path to within the walls," end quote. The entrance into the city at this moment by the sailors opposing the church of St. Theodosius, now the Gul Jami, may be held to confirm the story of Dzuka. Muhammad's capture of Constantinople was the crowning work done by his able predecessors. With the sack of the city and with the furthest conquest of Muhammad, we have nothing to do. His biographers claim that he conquered 2 empires and 7 kingdoms. Cantemir calls him the most glorious prince who ever occupied the Ottoman throne. Halil Ghanem is justified in saying that, judged by his military exploits, Muhammad occupies the first place in the Ottoman annals. Responsibility had been thrown upon him by his father while still a boy. Throughout his life he was self-reliant. He cared nothing for the pleasures usually associated with an Asiatic sovereign, as he was, like so many of the earlier sultans, the son of a Christian mother. He may have derived many of the elements in his character from her. He showed from the first a dislike for games, for hunting, indeed for amusement of any kind. He kept his designs to himself, and is reported to have said in reply to a question, quote, "If a hair in my beard knew what I proposed, I would pluck it out," end quote. He had no court favorites and was a lonely man, though he enjoyed conversation on historical subjects, knew the life of Alexander the Great well, and took interest in the story of Troy. He was careful in the selection of his ministers and a rigid disciplinarian. The Janissaries had already begun to count upon their strength and exacted from him a donative on his accession. He never forgave their Aga for permitting it. Shortly afterwards, he degraded and flogged him for not preventing a revolt. At the beginning of his reign, he formed Turkish administration and increased the revenue by preventing great leakage in the collection of taxes. He is spoken by the Turks as the Kanuni, or lawgiver. Thoughtful as a youth, he continued during his life to take a delight in the studies which have not occupied the attention of any other Turkish ruler. Gennadius, the new patriarch, became so great a favorite with him that some of his subjects spoke of him as an unbeliever, yet his mind was usually occupied with great projects. He rightly judged what were the obstacles to the Turks' further advance. The phrase, quote, "first Rhodes, then Belgrade," end quote, is attributed to him as indicating the direction of his ambition. He showed his intention of making the Turks a European power when he commenced his reign by laying the foundation of his palace at Hadrianople. He was, moreover, a lover of learning according to his lights, delighted in discussing theology and philosophy, and had acquired 5 languages. He employed Gentile Bellini, the Venetian painter, and when he left presented him with the arms and armor of Dandolo. The dark side of his character shows him as reckless of human life and guilty of gross cruelty. He made infanticide at the imperial family legal, though it had been commonly practiced before his reign. All things considered, we can have no hesitation in pronouncing him the ablest of Ottoman sultans. The capture of Constantinople marks not only the end of Greek Empire, but the establishment of that of the Ottomans. After that event, when the world thought of Turks, they connected them with New Rome on the Bosphorus. The Ottoman Turks had advanced to be a European nation. End of section 99.
Section 100 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine legislation from the death of Justinian, 565, to 1453, Part 1, by Paul Collinet. In this long evolution of almost 900 years, extending from the death of Justinian to the capture of Constantinople by the Turks, it is necessary to distinguish periods. The first period reaches from the death of Justinian to the reign of Basil the Macedonian, 565 to 866. During this time, Justinian's codification remained the principal source of law. The second period includes the interval between the accession of Basil the Macedonian and the date when Constantine Monomachus re-established the School of Law in Constantinople, 867 to 1045. Its main feature was the publication of a new compilation of laws, the Basilics. The third period stretches from this restoration of the School of Law in Constantinople down to the fall of the Byzantine Empire, 1045 to 1453. This period was marked, at least at first, by revival in the science of law due to the great event of 1045, and later by the Great Decadence. Footnote. Some modern authors only distinguish two periods, 565 to 866 and 867 to 1453. End footnote. In the study of these three periods, it would be necessary to point out what were the new constitutions, novels, promulgated by the emperors who succeeded each other on the throne, and to mention the legal works which, together with Justinian law, the basilics and the novels, formed the sources of Byzantine legislation, a system as complicated as that of Roman law, but which never attained its perfection. 1. The study of Byzantine legislation after Justinian cannot be undertaken without a consideration of the works devoted to his codification, even during the emperor's lifetime, for at whatever period they may have been written, whether before or after 565, the commentaries on the imperial compilation composed by Greek professors became, in the same way as the work itself, a veritable source of Byzantine law of the very highest value, from which materials for other works or codes were for long derived. Justinian, footnote, in his constitution Deo Octore, number 12, and his constitution Tanta Dedocen, number 21, end footnote. Fearing that freedom of commentary would reduce law to the former confusion and disorder, which he had intended once and for all to end, authorized jury consults to select one of three methods only in explaining his digest and his code. Firstly, tacata podes, that is, by giving literal translations of the Latin text into Greek. Secondly, paratitler, that is, either by framing additions to one of the titles in the original in the form of a systematic statement or in the form of extracts from other parts of the text closely related to the subject of the title under consideration, or else by drawing up tables of concordance between a given law and other texts, parapoimai. Thirdly, indices, that is, by making abridgments or summaries of the texts. These three methods were employed concurrently in the schools of the East, but a fourth method was tolerated, although it was a departure from the imperial injunctions, the use of paragraphi, or explanatory notes on passages in the legislative work. This was the only fruitful method in common use, even before Justinian, in the days when legal instruction was concentrated on the sources of classical Roman law. It was by means of this method that the professors of the 6th and 7th centuries still succeeded in making some improvements in the law. The commentators whose names and places of residence have come down to us are the following. Under Justinian we find Theophilus, professor in Constantinople, probably the author of the celebrated Greek paraphrase of the Institutes of Justinian, who also gave lessons on the digest. Dorotheus, professor in Berytus, Beirut, Institutes and Digest. Isidore, Digest and Code. Anatolus, professor in Berytus, Code. Thaleleus, Code and Digest, author of the most extensive commentary on the Code. Julian, professor in Constantinople, who formed the collection of novels translated into Latin and called by his name the Epitome Juliani. Under Justin II and Maurice, there are Stephen, an eminent jurisconsultant, Digest, Code Institutes, Cobidus, Digest to Poinalion, Cyril the Younger, Digest, the Advocates Athanasius, Novels, Theodore of Hermopolis, Code Digest, Novels, Anastius, Digest, Philoxenus and Symbatius, Novels, and finally an unknown jurisconsult called the Anonymous, Digest. With the exception of the paraphrase of the Institutes composed by or attributed to Theophilus, the works of the preceding authors have not been preserved in their integrity. They are only known to us by the extracts which constitute the ancient scholia on the basilics, to which we shall refer later. After an eclipse of the science of law in the days of Phocas, the reign of the Emperor Heraclius, 610 to 641, witnessed the appearance of some few legal works, two of which still relate to the work of Justinian. Firstly, the Book of Antinomies, to ton enantiophanon, phonobiblion, written by an anonymous author who, from the title of his work, has received the name of Enantiophanes. Only a few fragments have survived in the scholia on the basilics. Second, Airopai, a collection which was widely known even in the West, and which consisted of classified excerpts of all passages in Justinian law referring to the legal influence which prescription up to 100 years has on the substance of law. A third work, which is devoted to lawsuits, the treatise De Actionibus, is the reissue in a revised form of a treatise prior to Justinian, which, in spite of its poor quality, had a certain success, for it went through another edition after the publication of the Basilics. Only a very small number of the novels, promulgated by Justin II, Tiberius and Heraclius, have been preserved. They relate to matters of public, ecclesiastical, or private law, especially marriage. The most celebrated are novels 22 to 25 of Heraclius on the organization of the Church, and especially on the Privilegium Fori. The novels of Tiberius possess an interest of another kind. Under Justin II, the economic situation of the Eastern Empire, already serious at the time of Justinian, had become still worse. The powerful, oidunatoi, certain of impunity, gave way to excesses, which Constantine Manasseh chronicles in his emphatic verses. Tiberius, both as co-regent and when reigning alone, tried to counteract this situation by his novels, which reveal the distress of the small landholders, the gradual disappearance of free labourers, the venal partiality of the governors, and the tyranny of the powerful. According to Monnier, Tiberius suspended the practice of epiboli, adiectio, or the compulsory linking of wastelands to adjoining cultivated land, with a view to ensuring the collection of the tax. The epiboli was not re-established until the reign of Nicephorus I, 802 to 811, and then under a different form. A fresh eclipse of legislation occurred in the century which intervened between the reign of Heraclius and that of the iconoclastic emperor Leo III. Leo and his son Constantine V have also only left a few novels. On the other hand, famous in political and religious history for the iconoclastic reform, they have retained the attention of jurists, owing to the publication of a very important work, the Eclogia, a kind of civil code to which must be added the three codes which complete it, the military code, the maritime code, and the rural code. The Eclogia, ecloge, tone, pneumon, etc., was for long ascribed to other emperors likewise bearing the names of Leo and Constantine, the sons of Basil the Macedonian. Nowadays, no one disputes its attribution to Leo III and Constantine V. The Eclogia was promulgated by them in March 740. It is a kind of abridged civil code, founded on the Institutes, Digest, Code, and Novels of Justinian, corrected with a view to improvement, as the very title of the work states, and conceived in a more Christian spirit. The preface indicates the purpose of the work. Having recognized that the laws promulgated by their predecessors were dispersed throughout many books, and that their meaning escaped many of their subjects, especially those dwelling in the provinces, the emperors, according to the version of certain manuscripts, ordered the Quaestor Nicetas, another Nicetas, and Marinus, as well as other officials, to collect the ancient books, and to arrange in a clearer and more concise manner the decisions on the more ordinary cases and contracts, and on the scale of penalties for crimes. In accordance with this programme, the Eclogia is therefore not an exhaustive work. The emperors did not seek to regulate everything, but only here and there to establish the precision which was needed. It consists of 18 titles, dealing with the ordinary actions of legal life: betrothal, marriage, dowry, donations, wills, successions and legacies, wardship, enfranchisement, with contracts, with crimes, and finally with the division of the spolia. The enactments contained in the work are, as modern scholars have shown, frequently derived from the popular or vulgar customary law of the East, while other enactments spring from the development of the principles of Justinian law. Certain provincial Greek institutions, differing from those of Rome, have become legal institutions in the Eclogia. Thus, among other instances, the distinction between marriage by written contract and marriage without it, to which concubinage was assimilated, the restriction of wardship to minors, the impossibility of emancipating minors, the excess of the patria potestas by the mother and father conjointly, the necessary for the consent of both parents to the marriage of children alieni or sui iuris, the right of the surviving partner in a marriage to the property of the deceased partner, their two estates being now considered to become one by marriage. In this respect, the vigorous judgment of the iconoclasts and their lofty conception of family life made them far exceed the limits of Roman law. Community of property and identity of pecuniary interests were to them logical consequences of personal union, breaking here and there through the shackles of the dowry system. There appears a system fully inspired with the Christian ideal of community of goods. Footnote: Saumonier. Other authors, example Schupfer, fail to see any real community in the Eclogia, because there is lacking the amalgamation of property between husband and wife. End footnote. The Eclogia differs from Justinian law in the absence of all distinction between the tutela and the cura, the regulation of intestate estates, the legal conception of the testament, and the law of disinheritance. The influence exercised therein by ecclesiastical law is mainly shown, as might be expected, in the marriage laws, in which the emperors enforced decisions arrived at by the councils of the 7th century. Finally, the system of punishments, among which are found many cruel penalties unknown to the law of Justinian, such as various kinds of mutilation, seem partly to have sprung from the custom by which, in practice, magistrates inflicted certain arbitrary but milder penalties on criminals whom they might have condemned to death. The authority of the Eclogia diminished in course of time under the influence of the reaction against the policy of the iconoclasts. It was even formally abrogated by Basil the Macedonian, who wished to replace it by his own productions, and in particular by his Procuron. But this abrogation proved of no avail, because the Eclogia was a convenient manual, enchiridion, in harmony with provincial customs. It continued all the same its brilliant career, the development of which will be noticed in the course of this sketch. A particular and very striking proof of the favour which it still retained is that certain manuscripts contain both the Eclogia and the Prochiron of Basil himself. 3 small codes completed the Eclogia: the military code, Nomos Stratiotikos, the maritime code, Nomos Rodion Nauntikos, and the rural code, Nomos Georgikos. These 3 codes answer the same purpose as the principal work, to spare jurists lengthy researches in the works of Justinian, and to simplify their task. They were compiled in part directly from these works, in part from the private labours of jurisconsults. Of the 3, the rural code is that which supplies historians with the most useful information on the condition of the free and the dependent peasants in the middle of the 8th century, and on the rural police and the penalties applicable to crimes or to involuntary damage committed in the course of agricultural work. As a whole, the iconoclastic emperors displayed as much originality in legislative as they did in political matters. In the judgment of legal historians, their legislative experiments prove their understandings of the fact that Justinian's codification could not satisfy practical needs, because this work, considered by many modern authors inferior to the works of Roman jurisconsults during the great classical period, was on the other hand too abstruse for the practitioners of the East. The iconoclasts wished to rectify the success of science in a personal matter without interfering with the code itself. In opposition to their methods, we shall see that Byzantine legislators and jurists of later ages thought they could attain this object in a totally different way by successive attempts to adapt the code to the increasingly feeble intelligence of men of law in the East. Only a few novels, issued during the period subsequent to Leo III and Constantine V, remain. They are due to Leo the Khazar and Constantine VI, to Irene, Nicephorus I, Leo V, and Theophilus. These novels are chiefly concerned with political, religious, and canonical legislation. According to the chroniclers, it was the Caesar Bardas, 856 to 866, who revived profane letters, which had disappeared and been lost for many years through the barbarism and ignorance of the emperors. He assigned to each science a school in some fixed spot. He collected scholars in the palace of Magnaura. He contributed handsomely to their support and ordered them to give free instruction to their pupils. The chroniclers conclude by saying that the personal action of Bardas did so much good that the laws revived. Although we have no exact information on the form assumed by legal education at this period, it is necessary to mention the initiative of Bardas, because it doubtless contributed to the legal equipment of the men who were themselves to accomplish great things or to assist the emperors in accomplishing them in ensuing years. In Justinian's reign, the canons of the Eastern Ecumenical Councils were combined with the constitutions of the code related to ecclesiastical matters in the Collectio 25 Capitulorum, about 535. At an unrecorded date, in the 6th century, there appeared in the Synagogue Canonum under 50 titles ascribed either to John Scholasticus of Antioch or to other writers. An appendix to this work, called the Collectio 87 Capitulorum, includes extracts from some lost novels of Justinian. From a slightly later period date the Synopsis Canonum, attributed to Stephen of Ephesus, and the Collectio Constitutionum Ecclesiasticarum Tripartita. the manuscripts of which include as an appendix the 4 novels of Heraclius already cited, which contain important pronouncements on the organization of the Eastern Church. To the end of the 6th century belong the first 3 known nomocanones, the Nomocanon Titulorum, derived from the Synagogue Canonum, which only assumed its final form in the 9th century, the Canonicon of John Nestutes, and the Nomocanon 24 Titulorum, which achieved the greatest success. Formerly, it was erroneously attributed to Photius, 9th century, but it was really due, according to some, to the Anonymous, or to Hieronymus, according to others, to Julian, the editor of the Epitome of the Novels of Justinian. End of section 100. Section 101 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine legislation from the death of Justinian, 565, to 1453, Part 2, by Paul Collinet. The second period is dominated by the names of 2 law-giving emperors, Basil the Macedonian, 867 to 886, and Leo the Wise, 886 to 912, who both lived at its commencement. Basil, a conqueror on the field of battle, wished likewise to ensure for his subjects the benefits of a system of legislation more practical than that which had existed before him. 2 motives urged him to this course. The first, of a legislative kind, is mentioned by his official biographer, the author of the Vita Basilii. It was to dissipate the obscurity and unravel the confusion prevailing in civil law as a result of good and bad enactments, and the uncertainty as to which laws had been abrogated and which were still in force. The second motive, of a political order, is referred to in the prologue to the Procyrrhon itself, and in a passage of the Epanagogue, 2 of his works of which we are about to speak. This was to substitute works edited under his own auspices for the eclogia of the iconoclasts, against whom Basil had vowed an undying hatred, which is betrayed in the unfair judgment he passed on their admirable little book. Basil's work was thus intended to achieve the rehabilitation of Justinian's legislation, which practising lawyers had been abandoning more and more. In the first place, Basil published an introductory manual to the science of law, the Procyrrhos Nomos Lex Manualis, or Procyrrhon, promulgated between 870 and 879 by himself and his 2 sons, Constantine and Leo the Wise. This very simple manual consisted of texts which were being continually applied in current usage. It has frequently been compared with the Institutes, and it was founded on Greek translations of, and commentaries on, the works of Justinian. In its second part, it also reproduced the provisions of the eclogia, in spite of the abuse of its authors in the prologue. There are few innovations due to Basil. The Procyrrhon is divided into 40 titles: betrothal and marriage, titles 1 to 11, obligations, titles 12 to 20, inheritance, 21 to 37, public law, 37 to 40. The Procyrrhon enjoyed a great reputation among civil lawyers, as well as among the canonists of the Greek and Russian churches, even after the fall of the Eastern Empire. Further on, we shall quote some striking proofs of the evident estimation in which it was held. Basil's second work was likewise a manual of law, the Epanagoge ton Pneumon, published in the names of Basil, Leo, and Alexander between 879 and 886. This work only constitutes a draft, without any official character of a second edition, such is the meaning of the Greek title of the Prokeron, as well as an introduction to the work which Basil intended to be his masterpiece, the Hathakarsis ton Paleon Pneumon Repurgatio Veterum Ligum, a collection of pure and unadulterated law, divided into 40 books and prepared like a divine draft, a work to which we shall presently return. As regards the Epanagoge, it consists of 40 titles corresponding in general to those of the Prokeron. Like the latter, it marks a return to the provisions of Justinian law, although it includes certain later reforms. There exists great obscurity as to the anakatharsis, to which we alluded above. The most competent students of Byzantine history consider that the work, which has not been preserved, was actually executed in Basil's reign, although there are doubts about its scope, as the Prokeron speaks of a work in 60 books, while the Epanagoge refers to one in 40. Most probably the anakatharsis was not promulgated by Basil, but served as foundation for the basilics promulgated by his son, Leo VI. The Emperor Leo the Wise, or the philosopher, must be regarded as the most eminent Byzantine legislator after Justinian, for, on the one hand, he has left the most famous and most extensive monument of post-Justinian Greco-Roman law, the basilics, and, on the other, a great number of novels. The basilics owe their name not to the Emperor Basil, but to their character as imperial decisions, ta basilica ho basilikos. They are also called ho hesikotabiblos, because they contain 60 books, and ho hebabiblos, because in the manuscripts they form 6 volumes. The edict, Proemium, which appears at the beginning of the basilics, also explains the aim and defence of the spirit of the compilation. According to Leo, the error in the method employed by Justinian was that the same subjects were distributed over 4 different works: Code, Digest, Institutes, Novels. The Emperor Leo, discarding everything contradictory or obsolete, proposed, on the contrary, to assemble in one single book all previous laws bearing on the same subject, so as to facilitate reference. For this purpose, he appointed a commission of qualified jurisconsults, whose names have been lost, except that of the president, the Protospatharius Symbatius. The exact date when the basilics were promulgated has not been determined. It has been placed by different authorities in 888, 889, or 890. The 60 books of the basilics are divided into a varying number of titles, supplied with rubrics. The titles are themselves divided into numbered chapters, kephaleia, and these, finally, are divided into paragraphs, themata. As there no longer exists in any library a complete manuscript, the general arrangement of the work is only known by the table or index of the manuscript, Coislin 151, of the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, and by the Typukaitus. In some particulars, the plan follows that of the Code, in others that of the Digest. The first book is devoted to the Holy Trinity and the Catholic faith. In the second are collected the general rules of law drawn from the Digest. Books 3 to 5 treat of ecclesiastical law. Books 6 to 9 deal with magistrates, jurisdictions, and procedure. Books 10 to 53 are devoted to matters concerning civil law. Books 54 to 57 to public and military law. Book 58 is occupied with servitudes and the water system. Book 59 with funerary laws. Book 60 with crimes and penalties. Within the titles, the laws, or chapters, are not the personal work of Leo. Their text was in no way revised by the commissioners for the basilics. They were all drawn from earlier works, chiefly from the Code and the Digest. A very few from the Institutes, many from the novels of Justinian and his successors, a few also from the Procuron. The laws are all given in Greek. When they are derived from the 3 Latin works of Justinian, they have been extracted not from the originals, but from the Greek commentaries of the 6th and 7th centuries. For the Code, from the commentary of Thalelius, and from the Breviarium of Theodore for the Digest. From the commentaries of the Anonymous Stephen and Cyril. For the Institutes, from the paraphrase of Theophilus. The novels are drawn from the collection called the 163 Novels, in which Justinian's novels were completed by the addition of the novels of Justin II and Tiberius, and by the eparchics, or edicts of the praetorian prefects. It must be noted that the text of the laws is, in the manuscripts, accompanied by numerous marginal scholia. The most important of these, which constitute the ancient scholia, are extracts from the Greek commentaries of the 6th and 7th centuries enumerated above. They were probably added to the actual text of the laws, of which they represent a sort of interpretation, hermenea, between 920 and 945, in the reign of Constantine Porphyrogenitus. To refer to the addition of the ancient scholia to his reign is the only way of explaining how Balsamon could have attributed a final repurgatio legum to Leo's son. The other scholia, the recent scholia, were introduced subsequently in the course of the 11th, 12th and 13th centuries. They are due to jurisconsults of less weight, John Nomophylax, Callo Cyrus Sextus, Constantine Niceus, Gregory Doxopater, Patsus, Theodorita or Hagiotheodorita, and finally the Anonymous. We wish to appreciate the value of the basilics in a few words. It may be said that, in themselves, they offered the lawyers of the Greek Empire the great advantage over the Justinian Code of being a unified work composed in Greek. At the time of their appearance, and for a long time afterwards, they inspired a respect all the deeper for being the work realized or inspired by the founder of the Macedonian house in continuance of the reforms of the great Emperor Justinian. For modern scholars, the text of the basilics and the ancient scholia present the advantage of sometimes enabling them to recover the original version of Justinian's works, which has been altered by copyists, or even the original version of the texts of classical jurisconsults, altered by the members of Justinian's commission. The closer examination of the ancient scholia has even permitted the recovery of some fragments of pre-Justinian law, whose import and origin are only beginning to be perceived. The novels of Leo the Wise are chiefly known by the collection of 113 novels with preface, a collection of which the Latin translation by Aegilius is appended to the novels of Justinian in the complete editions of the Corpus Iuris Civilis, with two exceptions which concern two novels not appearing in this edition. They are undated. Most of them are later than the basilics. This collection of 113 novels was probably formed previous to Leo's second marriage, 894, or at any rate to his third marriage, 899. The preface states that the emperor has made a selection among the ancient laws that he has omitted or expressly abrogated useless laws, and that he has converted into laws certain customs deemed worthy of this honour. The collection of 113 novels has been abridged in a work entitled Eclogia Novellarum Leonis P. in Cap. 56. The author is possibly identical with that of the Synopsis Major, wishing to preserve only those novels still in force. He has not kept more than half of the original collection, and has only retained the inactive clauses of the original texts. This Eclogia Novellarum was probably compiled towards the middle of the 10th century. There exist, moreover, 7 novels by Leo which have survived, in addition to the collection of 113 novels. Leo's novels have been utilized by the principal writers of treatises on civil or canon law subsequent to the 10th century: Cellius, Michael, Attaliates, Balsamon, Matthew Blastares, and Harmenopoulos. Several of these novels show that, in the reign of Leo the Wise, great territorial estates were constantly growing, and that Leo was not strong enough to struggle with the powerful, who, under the Macedonian dynasty, were developing into real feudal lords. During the long period which separated Leo's reign from that of Constantine Monomachus, that is, from 911 to 1045, the legislative activity of the emperors does not appear to have been very fruitful. The manuscripts only provide us with a few novels by Ramonus Lecapenus, Constantine VII Porphyrogenitus, Nicephorus Phocas, John Simmises, Basil II Bulgaractonus, Romanus III Argyrus, and Zoe. In contrast to the works of Basil and Leo, which, in completion of their fundamental works, treat various subjects affecting different parts of legislation, the scanty novels of these emperors only refer to a few special points. 2 subjects in particular are the object of regulations. Firstly, the law of redemption, preference, or preemption, protimisios, granted to relatives or neighbours in cases of alienation of some estate or house for a pecuniary consideration, was established principally by Novel II of Constantine VII and Romanus Lecapenus in 922. Some writers have conjectured that this law, which had existed since an earlier period of the Roman Empire, was intended to moderate the oppression of small landholders by the powerful. The Byzantine emperors were frequently obliged to revive its operation on account of the inefficiency or obscurity of the decrees of their predecessors. 2. The character of military estates which it was necessary to protect so as to safeguard the resources intended to meet the expenses of the army. Whatever the subject treated, the novels are above all concerned with custom, either in recording good customs or in attempting to check bad ones. Amongst the most original institutions which they regulate and which arose from ancient popular customs must be mentioned the Theoretron, referred to for the first time in a novel of Constantine VII, Porphyrogenitus. This was a gift made by the husband to the wife for Inus Primi Noctis, or Praetium Virginitatis. It was in addition to the Hopobolon, or donation Propter Nuptias. All official teaching of law in a state school had long disappeared when it was restored by Constantine Monomachus in 1045. It had been replaced, much to the detriment of legal studies, by a purely private system of instruction, which is described rather inadequately in broad outline in the Book of the Prefect by Leo the Wise. Leontos ton sophon to heparchikon biblion, which is an edict to the trade guilds of Constantinople, discovered by Nicole. From Chapter 1 of this edict, devoted to the organisation of the notarial profession, we get our information. The 24 notaries of the capital formed a corporation. To be eligible for it, young men had to attend the lectures of professors attached to this corporation. These professors were of two kinds: professors of law, paidodidaskaloi, numikoi, and encyclopedic professors, didaskaloi. They were under the supervision of the prefect, and after having been elected by co-option, they had to be confirmed by that high official. The students subsequently underwent an examination before the whole corporation of notaries. Possibly the same professors also taught the youths who were studying for the bar, who would then have to undergo an examination before the Guild of Advocates. The programme of studies was amazingly simple. The book of the prefect states that the candidates must know by heart the 40 titles of the Procuron and be familiar with the 60 books of the Basilics, and this was all. Some historians have thought that control by the prefect, enjoined by the Edict of Leo, was not of long continuance, and that the organisation of studies by the Corporation of Notaries became relaxed, so that, finally, legal education was absolutely uncontrolled. This would give the cause, or one of the causes, for the serious decadence of the science of law between Leo's reign and the reform of 1045. Their hypothesis seems to be absolutely confirmed by the complaints of Constantine Monomachus, when he took steps to end this lamentable state of things. The Epitome Legum, or Eclogia Legum in Epitome Expositarum, which appeared in 920, the first year of the reign of Romanus Lecapenus, was derived, according to its editor, Zacharii, from another Epitome ex Anquis Libris Collector, consisting of extracts from the Digest after Stephen and the Anonymous, extracts from the Code after Theodore and Thalilaeus, extracts from the Novels after the Breviarium of Theodore, a selection of the texts of the Procuron, with some references to the Basilics and the Novels of Leo. The author, possibly the Symbatus of the Basilics, announces in a preface full of interesting historical details that he will only record useful regulations. The work consists of 50 titles. This manual enjoyed a great reputation, as may be seen from the numerous copies and revisions of its text. The Eclogia of Leo and Constantine, although condemned by Basil, had nevertheless retained a great practical influence for the reasons already indicated. The influence of this very convenient short manual is shown by the publication of new works based upon it, which are known as the Eclogia Privata, the Eclogia Privata Octa, and the Eclogia Ad Procuron Mutata. The Eclogia Privata was a reissue, now lost, of the original with some modifications. Zacharii considers that it is the source of the Eclogia Privata Octa. The Eclogia Privata Octa seems to have been compiled from the Eclogia Privata and an Enchiridion containing a mixture of Justinian law and New Law. This work expounds the form of Byzantine law prevailing in southern Italy. Its date is very hard to discover, but possibly it may even be as late as the 12th century. The Eclogia Ad Procurion Mutata, in 40 titles, seems to have been drawn up at the same date and in the same country. It is derived from the Eclogia Privata and the Epitome Legum and the Procuron. Two of its peculiarities are, first, the presence among its texts of the Eclogia Legis Mosaicae, extracted from the Mosaic Law in 36 short chapters taken from the Pentateuch, and secondly, the presence of loces singulares dealing with penal law, passages of foreign origin alien to Greco-Roman law, which have given rise to controversy. They are attributed by different writers to a Lombard or a Norman origin. The Synopsis Basilicorum Major is a work composed with the help of the basilics. It opens with a title on the Orthodox faith. It contains 24 parts or letters divided into titles arranged in alphabetical order, according to the rubrics of the titles of the basilics, and includes extracts from the Capitula of the basilics. The work, whose author is unknown, and is perhaps the same as the compiler of the Eclogia Novellarum Leonis, was written towards the middle of the 10th century. It is accompanied by annotations due to various authors. Its success was considerable. It was the foundation of the Synopsis Minor, and was utilized by the Procurium Auctum and by Harmenopoulos. The Procurium of Basil only underwent one modification. This was the Procurum Legum, which was made up of fragments from the Eclogia, the Procurion, the Epanagogue, and the Epitome Legum. These fragments were adapted to contemporary, late 10th century, practice and to the part of Italy in which the compilation was made. Among other revisions of the Epanagogue, it will be enough to mention the Epanagogue Octa at the end of the 10th century, a small manual which utilizes the Procurion, the Eclogia cum Appendici, the Epitome Novellarum of Athanasius, the Basilics, and the Novels of Leo, as well as the Epanagogue. After all these works, which were in fact only abridgments or revisions of existing works, we come at last to a more original achievement, which possesses the merit of being the result of practical jurisprudence. It is actually the only example of this kind in all the abundance of Byzantine legal literature. It was called the Pyra, or Practica Sive Doctrina ex actis magni viri Eustathiae Romani. It was written by an unknown author employed in the law courts at Constantinople, who appears to have been subsequently a judge in the same courts, and who was regarded with considerable respect by his colleagues. The 75 titles of the treatise consist both of fragments from the basilics and of reports of cases with reasons for the decisions. These cases extend from the middle of the 10th century, about 950, until the reign of Romanus III Agyrus, 1028 to 1034. According to the title of the work, the author utilized the decisions of the famous jurisconsult Eustathius Romanus, although we are not certain whether the latter ever drew up a list of legal cases which could have served in the composition of the Pyra. The Pyra is too mediocre a work to be ascribed to Garidas, or to be regarded as an official manual intended for use in the new school of law of Constantine Monomachus, as has been suggested. Nevertheless, it is of sufficient value to supply us with previous details on the jurisprudence and the legal administration, organization, and procedure of the Greek Empire at the end of the 10th and beginning of the 11th century. In conclusion, and for the sake of completeness, it is necessary to mention some monographs written at various times in the 10th and 11th centuries. The Opusculum of Eustathius and of George Phobanus on the Hypobolon, a new name for the donation Propter Nuptias, a short anonymous commentary on the Protimasis, Right of Redemption, and finally the treatises De Peculiis and De Privilegiis Creditorum. In the period between 867 and 1045 there appeared only reissues of canonical collections, or nomo canones, composed in the 6th century. These were the reissue in 883 of the Nomo Canon 14 Titulorum called the Syntagma of Photius, but of which Photius, the well-known patriarch of Constantinople, was probably neither the new editor nor the author. Another revision of the same work, which served as a foundation to the work of Theodore Bestes, 11th century, and a revision of the Epitome, Synagogue, Canonum, by Simon the Logothete in the reign of Basil II, Bulgaroctonus, 975 to 1025. End of section 101. Section 102 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine legislation from the death of Justinian, 565, to 1453, Part 3, by Paul Collinet. The development of the science of law has, at all times and in all places, a close connection with the organisation of serious instruction in this science. It seems that the system indicated in the Book of the Prefect, which we described in considering the previous period, did not give satisfactory results, if indeed it remained in force. The novelle of Constantine Monomachus in 1045 on the reform of legal education reveals the deplorable results of the system of guild education and proposes to rectify them by a return to the system of state education. These were the two fundamental ideas developed therein. The novelle itself states that there were no means of guaranteeing a high standard for professors of law, as these were independent teachers. The young men, it says, eagerly seek for someone to teach them the science of law, but, as they find no one with professional authority and supported by the imperial approval, for lack of a better, each adopts the teacher whom he meets haphazard. Thereby there arose great confusion in the judgment of cases, and often there were divergencies, or even contradictions, in the sentences pronounced by the judges, who had been trained by teachers holding different opinions. Hence also the inferiority of the notaries and advocates. The emperor was very careful to note that these evils arose from the system of liberty in legal education, which prevailed in Constantinople, because, in the first place, other branches of education supported by the state were in successful operation, and secondly, because certain towns in which the teaching had remained organised attracted students to the detriment of the capital. The responsibility for this decadence falls, say the emperor, on his predecessors, who indeed improved the laws, but failed to ensure an official organisation for the schools of law. Constantine Monomachus, a pacific emperor, was fortunate enough to find two able counsellors who helped him to start the necessary reforms, Cephalin and Selus, the former a judge in the courts of the Hippodrome, the latter a secretary to the emperor. The drafting of the novelle of 1045 was due to John Meropus, or Euche Etensis, amongst manuscripts of whose works it was discovered by Cardinal Angelo Mai. According to the novelle, the school founded by the emperor was an official and gratuitous state school. The professor-principal, Nomophylax, was appointed by the emperor, was removable by him, and was paid by him. The course of study is defined in the novelle. The diploma on leaving was a state diploma, necessary for the exercise of the offices of advocate or notary, or for eligibility for high administrative office. The first nomophylax was Cephalin himself. He was no doubt helped in his task by other teachers. The school was established in the buildings of the Church of St. George. Notwithstanding the absence of precise information, we must suppose that the school of Constantinople survived at least until the 14th century, for the title of nomophylax was borne in the 12th century by Doxopater, Alexius Aristinus, and Theodore Balsamon, in the 13th by Michael Chumnus, in the 14th by Constantine Harmenopoulos, all of whom were jurists or canonists of reputation. Other jurisconsults, such as Garidas, the Pseudo-Tipucitus or Hagiotheodorita, were professors in the same school, but not its principals. All these men have left legal works of greater or lesser value, and of varying degrees of originality, works which in any case show the successful result of the reform operated by Constantine Monomachus. Byzantine legislation, in the strict sense of the word, includes the civil laws nomoi politikoi, and the novels niare of the emperors. Up to the 11th and 12th centuries, the civil laws were still summed up in the two great legislative works of Justinian and Leo the Wise, for Leo, when he promulgated the Basilics, had no intention of superseding Justinian's compilation, to which, however, the Basilics were to be preferred in cases of disagreement. But, at the close of the 12th century, during the reign of Manuel Comnenus, Justinian's codification was definitely put aside, although, as we shall see, jurisconsults still studied the works of which it was composed. So much for the legislation of the past. The novels of the emperors, whereby new law was created, were not very numerous between the 11th and 15th century. Of some emperors there was only a single novel extant. Constantine Monomachus, Michael Stratioticus, Isaac Comnenus, Constantine Ducas, Alexius II Comnenus, Michael Palaeologus, Andronicus III. Of others we know only 2, 3, or 4 novels: Michael Ducas, Nicephorus Botaniates, John Comnenus, Isaac Angelus, John Vatatzes, Andronicus II Palaeologus. The only emperors whose novels form a more imposing collection are Alexander I Comnenus, 25 of whose texts remain, and Manuel Comnenus, who left 17. Many of these enactments regulated points in religious government or in canon law, for instance, binding force given to betrothal or promise of marriage, 1084, 1092, prohibition of marriage on account of consanguinity, 1094, 1160, marriage of slaves, 1094. The reforms in civil law are generally of little interest. It is only necessary to mention one which also has to do with marriage: the privilege granted by Constantine Ducas to the wife to have priority of the exchequer in the recovery of her dowry in respect of the objects named in the marriage contract. Finally, among the novels referring to other matters, the most important was the great novel 10th of Manuel Comnenus, 1166, which constitutes a real system of judicial organization and procedure, as it deals with assessors, the hearing of cases, the introduction of a suit, with preliminary examinations, advocates, sentences, with summons and appeals, and even with protimasis in the case of a mortgage. The vicissitudes of the Eastern Empire under various dynasties, sometimes Greek, sometimes Latin, were naturally not without their echoes in the development of legal science, insofar as it found expression in treatises of varied nature and diverse scientific import. Several phenomena of legal activity are worthy of note. The manuscripts of Justinian's novels and the institutes and paraphrase of Theophilus were recopied as frequently as the basilics themselves and their scholia. later scholia were added to the work of Leo the Wise. The Greek emperors favoured the composition of treatises on civil or canon law. The earlier sources of Byzantine law, such as the Prochiron, Eclogia, Epanagoge, continued to serve as nuclei for new commentaries, but the most famous work of this period, the Promptuarium of Harmenopoulos, only appeared at the close of the Greek Empire. The earliest productions of legal literature with which we meet are monographs. First a Liber de Actionibus, arranged in alphabetical order, only a few extracts from which have been preserved among the later scholia of the Basilics, and which the Professor Garridas wrote in the reign of Constantine Ducas, 1059 to 1067. Then, by the same author, a short treatise De Homicidiis, intended to explain Novel 12 of Constantine Porphyrogenitus on murder. Finally, the Meditatio de Nudis Pactis, dating from the middle of the 11th century, a somewhat brief text which presents the interesting feature of being an original work without a model. It is probably the votum of an assessor of the Supreme Court of the Empire, which was presided over by the emperor in person, or in his absence by the Drungarius of the watch. It may have been written by John Cephalin himself, the counsellor of Constantine Monomachus. After these monographs comes the Synopsis Legum, composed in 1406, iambic and political verses. It is usually attributed to Michael Psellus, and may date from 1070. This attribution is, however, denied by Monnier on account of the weak and childish character of the work. It was compiled by order of Constantine Monomachus with the object of instructing Michael Ducas in some elementary notions of law. It utilizes the Code, Digest, and Novels, and the Basilics, reverting to ancient law, making lawsuits the starting point for the discussion of legal matters, and seeking inspiration from various prose treatises and monographs, some still extant, others lost. Among these authorities we find a few works which offer some analogy to certain elements of the synopsis, and which go under the name of Psellus. Possibly they are also not his work. The Poemua Numicon of Michael Attaliates contains 37 titles and a preface dedicated to Michael Ducas. It is almost entirely derived from the Basilics. It was followed, in the original redaction, by a supplement containing, among other texts, the Novels of Leo. The aim of Michael Attaliates was to edit a very brief manual of law, both practical and theoretical, accessible to all, with some historical notes. The probable date of its composition is 1073 or 1074. The Poemua Numicon was utilized in a few later works, particularly in the Prochirum Octum. To the beginning of the 12th century belongs the Typukaitos, the work of an unknown author. Its title, Typukaitos, is an artificial one derived from the words ti pu kaitai quid ubi eventur ? The title is appropriate to the character of the book, which is a table of contents of the Basilics, giving the rubrics and most important chapters under each title, and indicating analogous passages in all of them. The Typukaitos is of undoubted service in reconstructing the lost books of the Basilics. Footnote: the Typukaitos has not yet been published in its entirety. End footnote. With regard to the Basilics, it is well to recall the fact that it was during this period that they received the addition of the recent scholia derived from the works of John Nomophylax, Chalcocyrus Sextus, Constantine Nicaeus, Gregory Doxopater, Patsus, Theodorata or Hagiotheodorata. and finally an anonymous writer, 11th or 13th century. The Synopsis Minor to Mikron Carta Stoikeion, which is divided into 24 parts or letters of the alphabet, subdivided into titles, has for sources the Poema of Michael Attaliates, the Synopsis Major, the Epanagogue, and the Glossae Nomicae. Its author, according to Zachariah, wrote in Nicosia under John Ducas Vatatzes, 1222 to 1255. It is not a mere reproduction of its authorities, and, notwithstanding the decadent period during which it was written, it constitutes a convenient repertoire of 13th century law. The Procirium Auctum is a procyron in 40 titles, augmented by texts from the Basilics, the Synopsis Major, etc., imperial novels, and extracts from works on canon law. The text is followed by 32 paratitla, of which number 25 is the treatise De Creditis. This work was written before 1306. It dates about the period of the restoration of the empire to Constantinople. The Promptuarium, or Hexabiblos, of Hymenopoulos, Nomophylax, and supreme judge at Thessalonica, a friend of Philotheus, who was patriarch from 1354 to 1355, and again from 1362 to 1376, the author of various treatises on canon law, has a history which is told in the preface. Hymenopoulos had taken up Basil's Prochyron, believing that in accordance with the preface of the book he would find therein collected all provisions of obvious necessity and constant utility. But when he read it, he was disappointed to find some of the most important things had been omitted. Therefore, he decided to revise the book, making it complete, as he says, by the aid of the Corpus Legum, the Basilics, the Novels, the Romaics of the Magister, the Eparchics, and the Manuals. In order to distinguish between his texts, he puts the Signum Solare at the head of his editions, and the Signum Saturninum before the original text of the Prochyron. The sources identified by the modern editor, Gustav Ernst Heimbach, are as follows: the Synopsis Major, not the Basilics, the Synopsis Minor, the Ecclosia Novellarum Leonis, the Europae, the Peira, referred under the name of the Romaics of the Magister, an appendix to the synopsis whence Hymenopoulos derived the novels up to the days of Manuel Comnenus. The Epanagogue extracts from Julianus Ascalonita, a pre-Justinian writer who described the law which in Syria and Palestine governed vicinage, boundaries of property, and the like. The Ecclosia and the synodal sentences of the patriarchs. Later interpolations, taken from the same works and added to the manuscripts, attest the success of the Hexabiblos, a success which continued in Greece and Russia even after the fall of the Eastern Empire. The 6 books, whence the name Hexabiblos, are concerned with the following subjects: 1. Law, legal organization, restitutions, and liberty, 18 titles. 2. Possession, new work, adoption, and maritime law, 11 titles. 3. Sale, deposit, and partnership, 11 titles. 4. Betrothal and marriage, 12 titles. 5. Wills and wardship, 12 titles. 6. Crimes and penalties, 15 titles. The 6 books are followed by 4 titles on various subjects and by appendices, containing, among other things, the rural laws. The Promptuarium is the most complete treatise on civil and criminal law composed during the final period of Byzantine law. An additional merit in the eyes of modern historians is that certain texts which appeared in Justinian's codification have been reproduced by Harmenopoulos from pre-Justinian sources. In the Hexabiblos, they consequently appear untouched by Justinian's commissioners, and give readings free from the interpolations which so often prevent us from knowing the original versions of classical texts. It was only after the days of Comneni that the study of canon law became more serious and produced important works, either by order of the emperors or at least encouraged by them. In addition to the revisions of the Epitone Canonum Antiqua, which belong to the 11th and 12th centuries, we find the Nomocanon of Doxipater, which was composed by order of John Comnenus, 1118 to 1143, and presents great analogies with the Syntagma ascribed to Photius. Another Nomocanon on the Epitone Canonum is due to the Nomophylax Alexius Aristinus. The same Syntagma, attributed to Photius, which consists of a Nomocanon with 24 titles, and of the Collectio Canonum, was first developed, so to say, by Theodore Bestes, who had been directed by Michael VII before 1080 to transcribe the texts of the civil laws cited in each chapter. This transcription has been utilized by modern editors of Justinian's Code. In the 12th century, the Syntagma was not only revised, but annotated in the remarkable works of John Zonaras, Grand Drungarius of the Watch in the reign of Manuel Comnenus, 1159 to 1169, and of Theodore Balsamon, Nomophylax and Patriarch of Antioch. The Exegesis Canonum of Balsamon, undertaken by order of Manuel Comnenus, and of the Patriarch Michael Ancylus, 1169 to 1177, acquired in the East a very great reputation which has lasted until the present day. The author proposed to establish a concordance between the civil laws used in the Nomocanon ascribed to Photius, as edited by Zonaras, and the texts of the Basilics. For this purpose he employed a twofold method. He reproduced the passages from the Basilics parallel with the civil texts from the Nomocanon, and indicated the passages which had not been retained in the Basilics. The work was therefore of the greatest practical utility to contemporaries. It is equally helpful to modern critics of the Justinian Code and the Basilics, as also for the study of Byzantine law in general, for it includes several novels, either by Leo the Wise or the Comneni, as well as sentences passed by synods and patriarchs, which are only known to us by this transcription. From the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, there also remains some canonical writings by Michael Sellus, Balsamon, Michael Chumnus, and others, of which it is enough to mention the existence. Under the Paleologi there appeared a work as famous as that of Balsamon, and as widespread among the clergy as the Promptuarium of Harmenopoulos was among the world of lay practitioners. This was the Syntagma Canonum et Legum, which Matthew Blastaris, a monk, completed in 1335. The preface is followed by a history of the sources of the body of Greek canon law up to 879, and by a history of Roman law up to the Basilics. The Syntagma of Matthew Blastaris contains 303 titles in 24 chapters or letters of the alphabet. The titles are formed of the provisions of canon law and of civil law alternately or separately. The provisions of civil law seem to have been taken from a revision of the Epanagoge. The last work to be mentioned is the Epitone Canonum, which Harmenopoulos placed at the end of his Promptuarium. It is divided into 6 sections and 26 titles. Byzantine legislation shed its lustre throughout Eastern Europe and Asia. Its influence is unmistakable on the ecclesiastical law of the Russians and on the civil law of the Romanians, Serbs and Georgians, Code of Wachtang. In the West, it likewise exerted its influence on the law of Italy, which was for so long part of the Empire of Constantinople. This is not the place to deal exhaustively with the diffusion of Byzantine legislation in Italy, because the subject seems rather to belong to the history of Italian law. It will be enough to indicate the principal features of this diffusion. Footnote: Siciliano Villanueva has given a good resume of the subject. Diritto Byzantino, Chapter 4. End footnote. The diffusion of Byzantine law in Italy, or more precisely in southern Italy and Sicily, is shown first by a phenomenon referred to above, the compilation on Italian soil of legal works on Byzantine law. The Procuron Legum, 10th century, the Eclogia Privata Aucta, 12th century, the Eclogia ad Procuron Mutata, 12th century, are works which are very valuable for comparison, because they add to their models the modifications arising from local laws, or even loci singulares, which are not of Greco-Roman origin. The influence of Byzantine law in Italy was moreover exercised in another way, as well as in the learned and scientific form, by the rise of customs which, here as everywhere, constitute popular and vulgar law, customs which are proved by the acts of notarial practice, or which are found codified in numerous municipal statutes in the Middle Ages. But when we examine the details of institutions, there is great difficulty in determining the exact extent of Byzantine influence, as some institution or other existing in Italian law to which we are tempted to assign a Byzantine origin, because the same institution occurs in Byzantine law, may have arisen either by development of the native law or by contamination from foreign laws possessing similar institutions. Thus, in Sicily, community of property between husband and wife, or between them and their children, may as reasonably have arisen from the development of the vulgar law, or by contamination from Franco-Norman law, as from the direct influence of the Eclogia. And the same applies to certain regulations on protimesis, common alike to Sicilian sources and to Byzantine, such as the Epanagogue, the Novels of Leo the Wise, or those of Constantine Porphyrogenitus and Romanus Lecapenus. Probably these regulations in Sicily are derived from customs already existing there in the Byzantine period and confirmed in the East by legislative texts, rather than from these texts themselves. In southern Italy, the protimesis is said to be Graecorum Prudentia Derivata. The Byzantine element preponderates in public law and in ecclesiastical matters. In private law, the executors of wills are called epitropoi, but other institutions may have arisen from native development of ancient customs and not from the diffusion of Byzantine legal works or Byzantine novels. End of section 102.
Section 103 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Government and Administration of the Byzantine Empire, Part 1, by Charles Diehl. 1. Few states, even in the Middle Ages, possessed so absolute a conception of monarchical authority as the Byzantine Empire. The emperor, or Basileus, as he was officially termed after the beginning of the 7th century, always regarded himself as the legitimate heir and successor of the Roman Caesars. Like them, he was the imperator, that is, both the supreme warlord and the unimpeachable legislator, the living incarnation and infallible mouthpiece of the law. Since his contact with the Asiatic East, he had become something more: the master, despotes, the autocrat, autocrator, the absolute sovereign below whom there existed not subjects, but, as they humbly styled themselves, slaves, douloi tes basileias. The greatest personages only approached him after prostrating themselves in an actual act of adoration, proskynesis. Finally, Christianity had bestowed a crowning attribute on him. He was the elect of God, his vicar in earth, and, as was said in Byzantium, a prince equal to the apostles, is apostolos, by right of which he was regarded as the supreme head and defender of religion, at once king and priest, absolute and infallible in the spiritual order as he was in temporal matters. And from the combination of these various elements there resulted a despotic and sacred power, whose exercise, at least theoretically, knew no bounds, an authority not only based on political investiture, but also consecrated and adorned with matchless luster by God and the Church. The Roman tradition, as accepted in Byzantium, placed the emperor above the law. He thus exercised absolute authority over inanimate objects as well as people, and his competence was universal. All things depend on the care and administration of the imperial majesty, declared Leo VI in one of his novels. The basileus exercised military power, either when he appeared personally at the head of his armies, or when his generals carried off victories in his name. In him was vested the legislative power. He enacted and repealed laws at will. Indeed, all the Byzantine emperors from Justinian to the Comneni were great legislators. He kept a close supervision over administrative affairs, appointing and dismissing officials at his pleasure, and advancing them in the complicated hierarchy of dignities according to his caprice. He was the supreme judge. The imperial courts of justice, at which he not infrequently presided in person, both tried criminal cases and heard appeals. He watched the financial administration, so essential to the welfare of the empire, with constant care. His authority extended to morals, which he supervised, and to fashion, inasmuch as he laid down sumptuary laws and imposed limits on extravagance. The basileus governed the church as well as the state. He nominated the bishops to be elected, and conferred investitures on them. He made the laws in religious as in civil matters. He convoked councils, directed their discussions, confirmed their canons, and enforced their decisions. He interfered in theological quarrels, and priding himself on his skill as a theologian, did not shrink from defining and imposing dogmas. He was the defender of the Church, and it was his duty not only to combat heresy, but to spread the orthodox faith throughout all the inhabited globe, oikoumeni, over which God had promised him dominion as a reward for his pious zeal. Nothing should be done in Holy Church contrary to the opinion and will of the emperor, declared the patriarch of the 6th century. The basileus, said a prelate in the 12th century, is the supreme arbiter of faith in the churches. Outward appearances and external forms were carefully designed to increase this absolute power and express the character of this imperial majesty. In Byzantium, ostentation was always one of the favorite instruments of diplomacy, magnificence one of the common tricks of politics. For this reason, were attached to the name of the emperor in official language sonorous titles and pompous epithets, originally borrowed from the magnificent titles of the older Roman emperors, but replaced later by this shorter formula. N, the emperor faithful in Christ, our God, and autocrat of the Romans. Pistos en Christo to Theo Basileus kai autocrator ton Romaion. To this end were designed the display of countless and extravagant costumes donned by the emperor on various ceremonial occasions, the splendor of the imperial insignia, the privilege of wearing purple buskins, and above all, the ostentatious and somewhat childish ceremonial which in the quote-unquote sacred palace encompassed the ruler with dazzling magnificence, and which, by isolating him from common mortals, caused the imperial majesty to be regarded with more profound respect. By beautiful ceremonial, wrote Constantine Porphyrogenitus, who in the 10th century took special pleasure in codifying court ritual, the imperial power appears more resplendent and surrounded with greater glory, and thereby it inspires alike foreigners and subjects of the empire with admiration." It was to this end that round the emperor there were endless processions and a countless retinue, audiences and banquets, strange and magnificent festivals, in the midst of which he led a life of outward show, yet hollow and unsatisfying, from which the great emperors of Byzantium often succeeded in escaping, but whose purpose was very significant, to present the Basileus in an effulgence and apotheosis, wherein he seemed not so much a man as an emanation of the divinity. And to attain this end, everything that he touched was quote-unquote sacred. In works of art his head was surrounded by the nimbus of the saints. The Church allowed him to pass with the clergy beyond the sacred barrier of the iconostasis, and on the day of his accession the Patriarch solemnly anointed him in the ambo of Saint Sophia. And to this end the official proclamations announced that he reigned by Christ, that by Christ he triumphed, that his person, quote, proceeded from God and not from man, and that to these emperors, quote, supreme masters of the universe, absolute obedience was due from all, Such were the character and the extent of imperial power in Byzantium, and thence it derived its strength. But there were also inherent weaknesses. In Byzantium, as in Rome, according to the constitutional fiction, the imperial dignity was conferred by election. Theoretically, the choice of the sovereign rested with the Senate, which presented its elect for the approval of the people and the army. But in the first place, the principle of election was often in practice replaced by the hereditary principle, when the reigning emperor by an act of his will admitted his son, whether by birth or adoption, to share his throne, and announced this decision to the Senate, people, and army. Moreover, the absence of any fixed rule regarding the right of succession paved the way for all kinds of usurpation. For a considerable time there might be in Byzantium neither a reigning family nor blood royal. Anyone might aspire to ascend the throne, and such ambitions were encouraged by soothsayers and astrologers. After the end of the 9th century, however, we notice a growing tendency in favor of the idea of a legitimate heir. This was the work of the emperors of the Macedonian family. In order to provide imperial authority, as was said by Constantine VII, with stronger roots so that magnificent branches of the dynasty may issue therefrom. The title of Porphyrogenitus, born in the purple, described and hallowed the members of the reigning family, and public opinion professed a loyal and constantly increasing devotion to the dynasty. In spite of many obstacles, the House of Macedon maintained itself on the throne for over a century and a half. That of the Komneni lasted for more than a century without a revolution, and in the 11th century usurpation was regarded as a folly as well as a crime, because, says a writer of that period, "He who reigns in Constantinople is always victorious in the end." End quote. It is nonetheless true that between 395 and 1453, out of the 107 Byzantine emperors, only 34 died in their beds, while 8 perished in the course of war or accidentally. All the others abdicated or met with violent deaths, as the result of 65 revolutions in the camp or the palace. This power, already so uncertain in origin and stability, was further limited by institutions and custom. As in pagan Rome, there were the Senate and the people over against the emperor. No doubt in course of time the Senate, Syncletus Boulais, had become a council of state, a somewhat limited assembly of high officials, generally devoted to the monarch. It nevertheless retained an important position in the state, and it was the rallying point of the administrative aristocracy, which was still called, as in Rome during the 4th century, the senatorial order, syncletikoi, that civil bureaucracy which often derived means of resisting the emperor from the very offices wherein it served him. The people, indeed, who were officially represented, so to speak, by the demes, or factions in the circus, were now only a domesticated rabble, content if it were fed and amused. But these factions, always turbulent and disaffected, often broke out into bloodthirsty riots or formidable revolutions. Yet another power was the Church. Although so subservient to the imperial authority, in the Patriarch it possessed a leader who more than once imposed his will on the Basileus. Once at least in the 9th century it sought to claim its liberty, and Byzantium only just escaped a quarrel similar to that of the investitures in the West. Finally, and above all, to keep imperial authority in check, there was the army, only too ready to support the ambitions of its generals, and constantly showing its might by insurrections. So that it may fairly be said that imperial power in Byzantium was an autocracy tempered by revolution and assassination. 2. Round the person of the emperor there revolved a whole world of court dignitaries and high officials, who formed the court and composed the members of the central government. Until towards the close of the 6th century, the Byzantine Empire had retained the Roman administrative system. A small number of high officials, to whom all the services were subordinated, were at the head of affairs, and, after the example of Rome, the Byzantine Empire had maintained the old separation of civil and military powers, and kept the territorial subdivisions due to Diocletian and Constantine. But during the course of the 7th and 8th centuries, the administration of the Byzantine monarchy underwent a slow evolution. Civil and military powers became united in the same hands, but in new districts, the themes, which superseded the old territorial divisions. The high officials in charge of the central government became multiplied, while at the same time their individual competence was diminished, and simultaneously personal responsibility towards the emperor increased. It is hard to say by what gradual process of modification this great change took place. The new system made its first appearance in the time of the Heraclian dynasty, and the Isaurian emperors probably did much to establish it definitely. In the 10th century, in any case, the administration of the empire in no way resembled the system which prevailed in the days of Justinian. Henceforward in Byzantium, a twofold and carefully graded hierarchy, the details of which are recorded for us at the beginning of the 10th century by the Notitia of Philotheus, determined the rank of all individuals who had anything to do with the court or with public administration. 18 dignities, whose titles were derived from the civil or military services of the palace, formed the grades of a new kind of administrative aristocracy, a sort of Byzantine chin, in which advancement from one grade to another depended on the will of the emperor. Of these honorary titles, the highest, except those of Caesar, Nobilissimus, and Curopalates, which were reserved for the princes of the imperial family, were those of Magister, Anthipatus, Patrician, Protospatharius, Dushypatus, Spathorocandidatus, Spatharius, and so on. 8 other dignities were specially reserved for eunuchs, of whom there were many in the Byzantine court and society. Certain active duties, similarly classified according to a strict hierarchy, were generally attached to these dignities, the insignia, brabea, of which were presented to the holders by the emperor. Such were in the first place the high offices at court, whose holders, the praepositus, or Grand Master of Ceremonies, the parakoimomenos, or High Chamberlain, the protovestiarios, or Grand Master of the Wardrobe, and so on, were in charge of the various services of the imperial household, kubokleon, and of all that vast body of subordinates, cubiculari, vestiari, coitonitae, chartulari, stratores, grooms, etc., whose numbers made the palace seem like a city within a city. Such were also the 60 holders of the great offices of public administration, who occupied the posts of central government and the high military or administrative commands, either in Constantinople or in the provinces, each of whom had a large number of subordinates. Appointed by imperial decree and subject to dismissal at the emperor's pleasure, they advanced in their career of honors by favor of the ruler. An advancement in the various grades of the hierarchy of dignities generally coincided exactly with promotion to higher administrative office. In order to understand the mechanism of the imperial administration, it must be borne in mind that in Byzantium every official had 2 titles, one honorary, marking his rank in the administrative nobility, the other indicating the actual office with which he had been invested. And, as both dignity and office, and advancement in either, depended entirely on the goodwill of the emperor, the zeal of the administrative body was always sustained by the hope of high office, and by expectation of some promotion which would place the recipient one step higher in the ranks of the empire's nobility. Never, in consequence, was any administrative body more completely in the master's hands, more strongly centralized, or more skillfully organized than that of the Byzantine government. In the capital near the sovereign, the heads of the great departments, the ministers, if they may be so called, directed the government from above and transmitted the will of the emperor throughout all the realm. Since the 7th century, the Byzantine Empire had gradually become Hellenized, and the Latin titles, which were still borne by officials in the days of Justinian, had assumed a purely Greek form. The praefectus had become the eparch, the rationalis, the logothet, and so on. Among these high officials there were first the 4 logothets. The logothet of the dromos was originally entrusted with the service of transport and the post. Dromos is the translation of the Latin cursus publicus, but gradually became the Minister of Home Affairs and of Police, the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and the High Chancellor of the Empire. Finally, after the 10th century, he was simply known as the Grand Logothet, and became a sort of prime minister. Next to him came the logothet of the public treasury, Turgeniku, who managed financial affairs, the logothet of the military chest, Tu Stratiotiku, who was paymaster general of the army, and the logothet of the flocks, Don Agelon, who managed the studs and crown estates. Other high offices of the financial administration were held by the chartulary of the Sakelian, who dealt with the patrimony and private fortune of the emperor, by the Aedicos, who was in charge of manufactures and arsenals, and above all by the Sacellarius, who was a kind of controller general. The quaestor, who alone of all these officials retained his Latin title, was Minister of Justice. The domestic of the Scolae, or Grand Domestic, was Commander-in-Chief of the army. The Grand Drungarius was Minister of the Navy. Finally, the Eparch, or Prefect of Constantinople, had the onerous task of governing the capital and maintaining order in it. He had to supervise the guilds among which Byzantine industries were distributed, and to keep an eye on the factions of the circus, Denis, who officially represented the people. He controlled the city police and the prisons, and had the power to try any case affecting public order. Finally, he had charge of the food supplies of the capital. All these duties rendered him a person of very great importance, and secured him the foremost rank among civil dignitaries. In the list of the 60 great officials, he was the 18th, while the Sacellarius was only 32nd, and the logothet of the Dromos only 37th. And with regard to this, it must be remembered that in the Byzantine Empire, as in all states of the Middle Ages, military officials definitely took precedence of the civil ones. The domestic of the Scolae, or commander-in-chief of the army, was 5th on the list of great officials. The strategi, who was both governors of provinces and commanders of army corps, were placed above the ministers, and the most important of them, the strategos of the Anatolics, was 4th on the list. Under the orders of the ministers there existed a large body of employees. These formed the innumerable bureaus, which were known as secreta, or logothesia. Prominent among them were those of the imperial chancery, controlled in the palace by the first secretary, protoa secretis, and the master of petitions, hoepitondesion, and those of the various ministers. It was this skillfully organized bureaucracy which, in Byzantium as in Rome, really assured the firm government and solid foundation of the monarchy. It was this large body of obscure secreticoi, studying affairs in detail, preparing decisions, and conveying to all parts the sovereign pleasure, that supplied the support and strong framework which gave life and endurance to the Byzantine Empire. And at certain periods, as for instance in the 11th century, this bureaucracy was strong enough even to direct the general policy of the monarchy. End of section 103. Section 104 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Government and Administration of the Byzantine Empire, Part 2, by Charles Diehl. 3. It is obvious that between the 5th and 8th centuries, great changes were introduced into the government of the provinces by the administrative reforms of Justinian and his successors. Contrary to the Roman tradition, in some districts the civil and military powers had been amalgamated. Soon the necessity of establishing the defense of the territory on a firmer basis led to the appointment of those who held high military command to be civil administrators of the districts in which their troops were stationed. Thus, at the end of the 6th century, the exarchates of Africa and Italy were created in the west. And during the course of the 7th century, the themes of the Anatolics, the Armeniacs, the Apsician, the Thracigian, and that of the quote-unquote sailors, Carabisiani, in the east. Gradually, the civil administration became subordinated to the great military chiefs, and finally lost all importance and nearly disappeared, while the civil provinces, the eparchies, into which Rome divided the empire, were superseded by the themes, so called from a word which originally meant army corps, and afterwards came to be applied to the district occupied by an army corps. During the course of the 8th century, the new system became universal, and was improved by the subdivision of those themes which were too large, and by the creation of new themes. This remained the basis of the Byzantine administrative system until the fall of the empire. At the beginning of the 10th century there were 26 themes, a little later 31. They were divided between the two great departments which existed in the Logothecian of the Dromos, that of the east, Anatole, and that of the west, Ducis. Neither the boundaries nor the chief towns are precisely known, and their extent and even their number were in the course of centuries modified by somewhat frequent readjustments. But we know that until the 11th century, those of the east were the most important. They were indeed the richest and most prosperous districts, fertile and populous, those which, as has been said, really constituted the Roman Empire. In the hierarchy of officials, their governors occupied a much higher position than did those of the provinces in Europe, and their emoluments were much greater. From Asia Minor, the empire drew its best soldiers, its finest sailors, and the treasure derived thence is its most certain revenue. It was the strength of the monarchy, and the occupation of its greater part by the Seljuk Turks at the end of the 11th century was a terrible blow from which Byzantium never recovered. In the 10th century, the themes of Anatolia were as follows. In the western portion of Asia Minor, the Opsician, capital Nicaea, the Optimatan, capital Nicomedia, the Thracigian, southwest of Anatolia, Samos, the Siberiot, south coast of Anatolia, Seleucia, and above all the great theme of the Anatolics. Near the Black Sea were the themes of Bucellarians, Paphlagonia, the mighty theme of Armeniacs, and that of Chaldea. Along the eastern frontier there stretched the themes of Carcianum, Lucandus, Mesopotamia, Sebastia, and Colonia. All these marches of the empire were full of fortresses and soldiers, and in the epic of Diogenes Acritas, Byzantine popular poetry has finally recorded the active and simple, perilous and heroic life led by the imperial soldiers in their unending warfare with the infidel. The western themes were those of the Balkan Peninsula, and until the beginning of the 11th century, as long as the First Bulgarian Empire lasted, they occupied only its outskirts. There was the theme of Thrace, which contained Constantinople, and that of Macedonia with its capital Hadrianople, both of them rich enough and important enough to enable their governors to rank close after those of the Asiatic themes, whether as to their place in the hierarchy or their emoluments. Then came, stretching along the shores of the archipelago, the themes of Strymon, Thessalonica, of great importance because of its capital, which was justly regarded as the second city of the empire in Europe, Hellas, the Peloponnesus, and the Aegean Sea. On the shores of the Ionian Sea and the Adriatic were situated the themes of Nicopolis, Dyrrhachium, Cephalonia, and Dalmatia, and in southern Italy those of Calabria and Longobardia. Finally, on the Black Sea there was the theme of Kherson. During the 10th century, the number of provinces in the empire was increased by the conquests of the emperor, either by the creation of certain themes which only survived a short time, such as those of Eleutocomes, Josan, Samosata, etc., or by the establishment of other subdivisions of a more lasting character, such as the Duchy of Antioch, the government of Bulgaria, which was entrusted to an officer bearing the title of Commissioner, Pronoetes, and that of Italy, which combined the two Italian provinces under the authority of a magistrate styled Catapan. During the days of the Comneni, other themes made their appearance. But whatever the nature of these changes, the principle which guided this administrative system was always the same: the concentration of every sort of power in the hands of the military governor. At the head of each theme was placed a governor called a strategus, generally honored with the title of patrician, whose salary varied according to the importance of his government, from 40 pounds of gold to 5 pounds. He was appointed by the emperor and reported directly to him. He not only commanded the military forces in the district, but exercised within it all administrative power, the government of the territory, and the administration of judicial and financial affairs. He was like a vice-emperor, and especially in early days when the themes were less numerous and of greater extent, more than one strategus was tempted to abuse his excessive power. Under his orders, the theme was divided into turmai, governed by officers bearing the title of turmachs, while the turma was again subdivided into lieutenancies, topoteresiae, and banda, which were similarly administered by soldiers, drungarii, and counts. Furthermore, the strategus was assisted by an adequate number of officials. There were the domestic of the theme, or chief of staff, the chartulary of the theme, who supervised recruiting, commissariat, and military administration, the count of the tent, corte, and the count of the hetaeria, the centarch of the spathiari, the proto-chancellor, and the proto-mandator. Most important of all was the proto-notary, who in addition often bore the title of judge of the theme. He was at the head of the civil administration. He attended the judicial and financial affairs, and although subordinate to the strategus, he had the right of corresponding directly with the emperor. Thus, the central power maintained a representative of civil interests to supervise and hold in check the all-powerful governor. As a variation of this system, the governors of certain provinces bore other titles than that of strategus: Count of the Absician, Domestic in the Optimatan, Duke at Antioch, Pronoetes in Bulgaria, and Catapan in Italy and elsewhere. Furthermore, at certain strategical points of the frontier, there existed, besides the themes, small independent governments centered round some important stronghold. These were called Kleisurai. Kleisura means a mountain pass, and their rulers styled themselves Kleisurarchs. Many frontier provinces were originally Kleisurai before their erection into themes. Among these were Carcianum, Seleucia, Lucandus, Sebastia, and others. Here again, as in all degrees of this administrative system, most of the power was in the hands of the military chiefs, and thus, although she derived such strength from the Roman tradition, Byzantium had developed into a state of the Middle Ages. This administrative body, well trained and well disciplined, was generally of excellent quality. The members of the bureaucracy were usually recruited from the ranks of the senatorial nobility, synkletikoi, and were trained in those schools of law which were preeminently nurseries of officials. It was specially for this purpose that in 1045 Constantine Monomachus reorganized the school of law in Constantinople. Kept in close and exclusive dependence on the emperor, who appointed, promoted, and dismissed all officials at his own pleasure, they were very closely supervised by the central power, which frequently sent extraordinary commissions of inquiry to the provinces, invited the bishops to superintend the acts of the administration, and encouraged subjects to bring their grievances before the imperial court. Thus, these officials played a part of the first importance in the government of the empire. No doubt they were only too often amenable to corruption, as happens in most Oriental states, and the sale of offices, which was for long habitual in Byzantium, led them to oppress those under them in the most terrible manner. As regards the collection of taxes, indeed, this administration, anxious to satisfy the demands of the sovereign and the needs of the treasury, frequently showed itself both hard and unreasonable, and consequently often hindered the economic development of the monarchy. But it rendered two great services to the empire. In the first place, it succeeded in securing for the government the financial resources necessary for carrying out the ambitious policy of the Basileus. Nor was this all. The empire had neither unity of race nor unity of language. It was, as has truly been said by a Rimbaud, an entirely artificial creation, governing 20 nationalities and uniting them by this formula: one master, one faith. If, after the middle of the 7th century, owing to the Arab conquest, and after the 8th, owing to the loss of the Latin provinces, the Greek-speaking population held a preponderance in the empire, many other ethnical elements, Syrians, Arabs, Turks, and above all Slavs and Armenians, were intermingled with this dominant element, and imparted a cosmopolitan character to the monarchy. To govern these varied races, often in revolt against imperial authority, to assimilate them gradually, and to bestow cohesion and unity on this state devoid of nationality, such was the task which confronted the imperial government, and which devolved on its administrative agents. And the work achieved by this administration is undoubtedly one of the most interesting aspects of the history of Byzantium, one of the most striking proofs of the power of expansion which was for so long possessed by Byzantine civilization. Every nationality, says Constantine Porphyrogenitus, which possesses characteristic customs and laws, should be allowed to retain its peculiarities. The Byzantine government did not indeed always apply this rule of perfect toleration to the vanquished. More than once it happened that some small body of people was forcibly removed from one district to another, so as to make room for others more amenable to imperial authority. In general, however, it showed more consideration for those who had been annexed by conquest, endeavoring by calculated mildness to gain their affections and encourage them to adopt the manners and customs of Byzantine society. Thus, in conquered Bulgaria, Basil II decreed, quote, that the old order of things should continue, that taxes should be paid as heretofore in kind, that, subject to the authority of the Byzantine High Commissioner, the country should retain its native officials, and that a Bulgarian prelate should be at the head of the Bulgarian Church, which was to be independent of the Patriarch of Constantinople. By a lavish distribution of titles and honors, the Basileus endeavored to conciliate the Bulgarian aristocracy, and sought, by encouraging intermarriage, to establish friendship between the best elements of both nations, thus leavening the Byzantine nobility with the most distinguished of the vanquished. In like manner, in southern Italy, the imperial government very skillfully adapted its methods to local conditions, allowing members of the native aristocracy to share in the government of the province, seeking also to attract them by lavishing on them the pompous titles of its courtly hierarchy, and scrupulously respecting the customs of the country. Elsewhere, the vanquished were conciliated by reductions in taxation, or by a system of exemption for a more or less extended period. Thus, little by little, was stamped on these alien elements a common character, that of Hellenism, while, moreover, they were unified by the common profession of the Orthodox religion. Greek was the language of the administration and the church. It was inevitable that by slow degrees all the populations of the empire should come to speak it. In certain districts, colonies were established to secure the predominance of Hellenism. Such was the case alike in southern Italy and in the region of the Euphrates, on the confines of the Arab world. In other parts, by the mere influence of her superior civilization, Byzantium assimilated and modified those elements which were most refractory. Whether she succeeded in merging the best of the vanquished in her aristocracy by their marriages with wives of noble Greek birth, or whether she attracted them by the lure of high command or great administrative office, by the distribution of the sonorous titles of her hierarchy, or the bribe of substantial pay, she conciliated all these exotic elements with marvelous ingenuity. The Greek Empire did not shrink from this admixture of barbarian races. By their means it became rejuvenated. Instead of excluding them from political life, it threw open to them the army, the administration, the court, and the church. Byzantium in its time had generals of Armenian, Persian, and Slav origin, Italian, Bulgarian, and Armenian officials, ministers who were converted Arabs or Turks. For all these aliens, Greek was the common language in which they could make themselves understood, and thus Greek assumed the spurious appearance of a national language. Speaking the same language, gradually and insensibly adopting the same customs and manners of life and thought, they emerged from the mighty crucible of Constantinople, marked with the same character, and merged in the unity of the empire. It was the great aim of the imperial administration to apply this policy and realize this union by means of Hellenism. The Church helped this work by uniting all the discordant elements which formed the empire in a common profession of faith. Here again, language and race mattered little. It was enough to have been baptized. Baptism admitted the barbarian neophyte to the state as well as to the church. No doubt this religious propaganda more than once took the form of cruel persecutions. In the 9th century of the Paulicians, in the 11th of the Armenians, in the 12th of the Bogomiles. It was generally, however, by showing a more skillful tolerance that Byzantium gained adherents. She evangelized and made Christians of the dissidents, Slavs of Macedonia and of the Peloponnesus, the Turks of the Vardar, the pagan mountaineers of Mina, the Muslims of Crete and the upper Euphrates, who formed part of the Christian empire or became subject to it by annexation. Conquest was everywhere followed by religious propaganda, and to incorporate the vanquished territory more completely in the empire, the Church multiplied the number of Greek bishoprics, whose incumbents, subject to the Patriarch of Constantinople, were the most faithful and efficient agents for the spread of orthodoxy. In the regions of Anatolia recaptured from the Arabs, as in southern Italy, regained from Lombards and Saracens, and also in Armenia, which was annexed at the beginning of the 11th century, the first work of the imperial government was to create numerous bishoprics of the Greek Rite, which, by establishing the predominance of orthodoxy in the country, ensured its moral possession by the monarchy. The monks, especially in southern Italy, were not the least active agents of Hellenization. In Calabria, the territory of Otranto and Apulia, their monasteries, chapels, and hermitages were centers round which the people gathered, and where, by association with the monks, they learned Greek. Thus, religion, in combination with Hellenism, assured the unity of the Byzantine Empire. Orthodoxy, says Rambaud, took the place of nationality. End of section 104. Section 105 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Government and Administration of the Byzantine Empire, Part 3, by Charles Diehl. The administrative organization of the Byzantine Empire was founded, as we have seen, on military institutions. In Byzantium, indeed, as in all states of the Middle Ages, an essential place was held by the army, which assured the defense of the territory and formed the strength of the monarchy. The army, wrote one emperor, is to the state what the head is to the body. If great care be not taken thereof, the very existence of the empire will be endangered. End of quote. Consequently, all the rulers who really considered the greatness of the monarchy, alike the Isaurian emperors, the great military sovereigns of the 10th century, and the Basileis of the Komnenian family, exercised a constant and watchful care over their soldiers, and as long as the Byzantine army was steadfast and numerous, devoted to its task and to its master, so long the empire endured in spite of all difficulties. At all periods of its history, the Byzantine army was partly recruited from the inhabitants of the empire. In theory, every Roman citizen was subject to military service, and those men who rendered it, either by conscription or by voluntary enlistment, were, even in administrative language, regarded as the real soldiers, the true representatives of the national army. They were always called hoiromaioi. Actually, these levies were of somewhat unequal quality, and for various reasons the imperial government very soon allowed a military tax to be substituted for actual military service. And it gradually came to rely in greater measure on the services of mercenaries, whom it regarded as superior in quality and more constant in fidelity. Since the emperor paid handsomely, since to those who enlisted under his flag he made liberal grants of land, actual military fiefs, irrevocable, inalienable, and hereditary, he had no difficulty in securing from the neighboring states a countless number of adventurers ready to barter their services. Thus it was a strange patchwork of nationalities that met under the standards of Byzantium. In Justinian's day there were Huns and Vandals, Goths and Lombards, Persians, Armenians, African Moors, and Syrian Arabs. In the armies of the 10th and 11th centuries there appeared Khazars and Patzinaks, Varangians and Russians, Georgians and Slavs, Arabs and Turks, Northmen from Scandinavia, and Normans from Italy. In the army of the Komneni There were Latins from all the countries of the West, Anglo-Saxons and Scandinavians, Italians and Germans, Frenchmen from France, Normans from Sicily, and representatives of all the races of the East. These aliens were even allowed to enlist in the bodyguard of the emperor. One of the regiments of this guard, the Hetairia, was in the 10th century almost exclusively composed of Russians, Scandinavians, and Khazars. And the famous Varangian Guard, originally formed of Russians at the end of the 10th century, was successively recruited from among Russian Scandinavians, Northmen of Norway and Iceland, and Anglo-Saxons. In the 10th century, Armenian contingents were numerous and highly esteemed in the imperial army. In the 12th century, the Latins were the best of the Byzantine troops. Many of these foreigners achieved brilliant careers in Byzantium and attained high command and great military honors. The army thus constituted possessed great qualities of steadfastness and courage. Inured to the profession of arms, capable of bearing every kind of hardship, fatigue, and privation, constantly engaged in strenuous exercises, strengthened by the frequent improvements that were introduced into its methods of warfare, it was a matchless instrument of war which for over 600 years rendered brilliant services to the monarchy and crowned its banners with a halo of glory. Nevertheless, the army was not without grave and formidable defects. The system of regional recruiting resulted in placing the soldiers in too close a personal relation with their leader, generally one of the feudal nobility of the land, to whom the men were closely attached by many ties of dependence, and whom they more readily obeyed than the distant emperor, so that the monarchy was constantly disturbed by political insurrections caused by the ambitions of the generals and supported by the fidelity of their men. On the other hand, the mercenaries, homeless adventurers intent only on earning as much as possible, were no less dangerous servants, owing to their want of discipline and their tendency to mutiny. Their leaders were real condottieri, always ready to sell themselves to the highest bidder or to fight for their own hand. And during the latter part of its existence, the empire suffered terribly, alike from their greed and their insurrections. The efficient control of such soldiers depended entirely on the general commanding them, the influence he exercised, and the confidence he inspired. Fortunately for Byzantium, it happened that for centuries the empire was lucky enough to have eminent generals at the head of its army. Belisarius and Narses in the 6th century, the Isaurian emperors in the 8th, John Kourkouas, the Phocas, Sklerus, Tzimisces, and Basil II in the 10th, and the emperors of the Comnenian family in the 12th. All these, and especially those of the 10th century, watched over their soldiers with careful solicitude. They lavished on them rewards and privileges. They surrounded them with consideration and recognition, so as to keep them contented and enthusiastic, and to find them always ready to, quote, risk their lives for the sacred emperors and the whole of the Christian community, end quote. By encouraging in them this double sentiment, first, that they were the descendants of the invincible Roman legions, and secondly, that they were fighting under Christ's protection for the defense of Christendom, the Boulais inspired their soldiers with patriotism for Byzantium, a patriotism compounded of loyal devotion and pious enthusiasm, which for long made them victorious in every field of battle. The troops forming the Byzantine army were divided into two distinct groups: the Tagmata, who garrisoned Constantinople and its suburbs, and the Thamata, who were stationed in the provinces. The first group was chiefly composed of the 4 cavalry regiments of the Guard, the Scolae, Excubitors, Arithmus or Vigla, and Hicanati, and the infantry regiment of the Numeri. Each of these corps, whose strength was generally quoted, perhaps with some exaggeration, at 4,000, was commanded by an officer bearing the title of domestic. In the 10th century, the domestic of the Scolae was commander-in-chief of the army. The themes, or provincial army corps, ta exothemata, ta peratica themata, whose strength varied from 4,000 to 10,000 men, according to the importance of the province they defended, had at their head a strategos. Each theme was divided into 2 or 3 brigades, or turmae, each turma into 3 moirai, or drungoi, commanded by a drungarius, each moira or regiment into 10 banda, commanded by a count. These troops are often referred to in the text as ta caballerica themata. The cavalry indeed formed their principal part, for cavalry in Byzantium, as in all states of the Middle Ages, was the most esteemed arm. Whether it were the heavy cavalry in armor, the cataphracts, or the light cavalry, the trapezitae, it formed an instrument of war of admirable strength and flexibility. Besides these troops, which constituted the actual army in the field, there was the army of the frontiers, ta acritica themata, which was formed on the model of the limitanii of the 5th and 6th centuries. It occupied military borderlands along the frontier, where in return for their military service, the soldiers received land on which they settled with their families. The duties of these detachments were to defend the limites, hold the fortified posts, castles, and citadels which Byzantium had established in successive lines along the whole extent of the frontier, to occupy strategic points, hold mountain passes, guard roads, keep a close watch on all preparations by the enemy, repel invasions, and be ready with a counteroffensive. A curious 10th century treatise on tactics has preserved for us a picturesque account of the strenuous life led on the quote-unquote marches of the empire, on the mountains of Taurus or the borders of Cappadocia, perpetually threatened by an Arab invasion. It was an arduous and exacting warfare, in which the problem was to contain an enterprising and daring enemy by means of weak forces. A war of surprises, ambushes, reconnaissances, and sudden attacks, in which the trapezitae, or light cavalry, excelled. All along the frontier, a network of small observation posts was connected with headquarters by a system of signals. As soon as any movement by the enemy was observed, skirmishing parties of cavalry set out, carrying only 1 day's rations to ensure greater mobility, and with darkened accoutrements and weapons so as to be less visible. Behind this curtain, mobilization proceeded. The infantry occupied the mountain passes, the population of the plains took refuge in the fortresses, and the army concentrated. It is interesting to note in these instructions with what care and forethought nothing is left to chance, either as regards information or supplies, the concentration or movement of troops, night attacks, ambushes, or espionage. Meanwhile, the cavalry made daring raids into enemy territory to cause the assailants uneasiness regarding their lines of communication and to attempt a useful diversion, while with his main force the Byzantine strategos sought contact with the enemy and engaged battle, generally by a sudden and unforeseen attack, displaying mingled courage and cunning. It was an arduous type of warfare, in which it was necessary always to be on the alert to avoid a surprise, to counter blow with blow, raid with raid. A war full of great duels, cruel, chivalrous, and heroic episodes, but a marvelous training for those who took part in it. The Byzantine epic gives a magnificent picture of the valiant and free life led by these soldiers on the Asiatic marches in the poem of Diogenes Acritas, the defender of the frontier, quote, "The model of the brave, the glory of the Greeks, he who established peace in Romania." End quote. Nowhere are the qualities of courage, energy, and patriotism of these Byzantine soldiers more clearly shown than in this poem, wherein also is evident the proud consciousness of independence innate in these hard fighters, great feudal lords, who waged the eternal struggle with the infidel on the frontiers amid glorious adventures of love and death. "When my cause is just," says the hero of the poem, "I fear not even the emperor." End quote. This characteristic feature betrays, even in an epic which exalts into beauty all the sentiments of the age, the inherent weakness from which the empire was henceforward to suffer, the insurmountable unruliness of the Byzantine army and its leaders. It is difficult to calculate exactly the strength of the Byzantine army, but we must be careful not to exaggerate its size. In the 6th, as in the 10th century, in the 10th as in the 12th, armies were not of vast numbers, only about 20,000 to 30,000 men, and often much less, although they achieved the most signal victories and conquered or destroyed kingdoms. Against the Arabs in the 10th century, the army in Asia attained a total of some 70,000 men. Including the guard and the regiments of the army in Europe, the grand total of the Byzantine forces does not seem to have amounted to more than 120,000 men. But handled as they were, with a tactical skill, the rules of which had been carefully laid down by the emperors themselves, such as Leo VI and Nicephorus Phocas, fortified by a multitude of ingenious engines of war, which were preserved in the great arsenal of Mangana, based finally on the network of strongholds which Byzantine engineers constructed with so consummate a science of fortification, this army, steadfast and brave, full of spirit, enthusiasm, and patriotism, was indeed for long almost invincible. 5. Owing to the great extent to her coastline and the necessity of retaining command of the sea, which formed the communication between the different parts of the monarchy, Byzantium was inevitably a great maritime power. Indeed, in the 6th and 7th centuries, and until the beginning of the 8th, the imperial fleet dominated the eastern seas, or rather, it was the only Mediterranean fleet until the Arabs made their appearance halfway through the 7th century. It was thus capable of successfully carrying on the struggle when the Umayyad caliphs of Syria, in their turn, created a naval power and assailed Byzantium by sea as well as by land. It was actually the fleet which saved the empire in the 7th century, and which saved Constantinople in the Great Siege of 717. After this, the navy was apparently somewhat neglected. The war with the caliphs of Baghdad was mainly on land, and the Isaurian emperors seem moreover to have felt some uneasiness as regards the excessive power of the Grand Admirals. In the 9th century, the monarchy paid dearly for this neglect when the Muslim corsairs, who were masters of Crete, for over a century ravaged the coasts of the archipelago, almost with impunity, and when the conquest of Sicily ensured to the Arab navy the supremacy of the Tyrrhenian Sea as well as that of the Adriatic. Towards the close of the 9th century, it was decided to reorganize the fleet, and once more until the beginning of the 12th century, Byzantium was the great sea power of the Mediterranean. In the 10th century, the Emperor of Constantinople boasted that he commanded the sea, Thalassocratein, up to the Pillars of Hercules. Nicephorus Phocas declared that he was the sole possessor of naval power, and even at the end of the 11th century, Cicaumenus wrote, "The fleet is the glory of Romania. Hostolos estin e doxa tes Romanias." This position was seriously threatened when the Seljuk Turks conquered Asia Minor, because the empire was thereby deprived of the provinces whence its best crews were drawn. Henceforth Byzantium resorted to the practice of entrusting its naval operations to other navies, those of Pisa, Genoa, and above all Venice. And depending on these allies, it neglected naval construction. This was the end of the Byzantine navy. In the 13th century, the maintenance of a fleet was regarded by the Greeks as a useless expense, and a contemporary writer states with some regret that the naval power of Byzantium had vanished long ago. End quote. Originally, all the naval forces of the empire were combined under one command. In the 7th century, the fleet was the theme of the sailors, to thema ton Carabisianon, or ton Ploisomenon, whose chief, or strategus, generally held the rank of patrician. The Isaurian emperors divided this great command and created two themes of the Sybiriotes, which included all of the southwestern coast of Asia Minor, and the Dodecanese, or Aegean Sea, whereto was added in the 9th century the theme of Samos. These were the three preeminently maritime themes. But naturally the other coastal provinces, Hellas, Peloponnesus, and above all the themes of the Ionian Sea, Nicopolis, Cephalonia, also contributed somewhat to the formation of the fleet and the provision of crews. The Byzantine fleet, like the army, partly recruited its men from the population of the empire, and in return for their services the empire assigned to the sailors of the Sybariot, Semian, and Aegean themes estates which, as with the land forces, were constituted as inalienable and hereditary fiefs. Another part of the personnel was drawn from the Mardayites of Mount Lebanon, whom the emperors established in the 7th century, some in the region of Attalia, where they possessed a special and almost autonomous form of government under their katapan, others in the coastal provinces of the Ionian Sea. Finally, Varangian sailors, whose skill was highly appreciated, were often engaged to serve in the fleet. As in the land forces, the pay was good. Consequently, the empire found no difficulty in securing crews for its ships. Like the army, the navy was divided into two distinct groups. There was, in the first place, the imperial fleet, to Basilikoploimon, commanded by the Drungarius of the fleet, whose importance seems to have increased immensely towards the close of the 9th century. This squadron was stationed in the waters of the capital. There was also the provincial fleet, ho thematikos stolos, composed of the squadrons from the maritime themes, which was commanded by the Cbteddy of the themes. Generally, in great naval expeditions, both these fleets were united under the command of the same admiral. It is impossible to compute from the documents extant the relative strength of these two fleets. The number of ships assembled for the campaign of 907 shows an imperial fleet of 60 dromons in line as opposed to 42 from the maritime themes, and this fact is enough to show the importance of the squadron entrusted with the defense of the capital. The Byzantine fleet contained units of various types. There was first the dromon, which was a strong and heavy but swift vessel, with a high wooden turret on deck, the xylokastron, furnished with engines of war. The crew consisted of 300 men, 230 rowers, and 70 marines. Originally, the same men were employed for rowing and for fighting, but soon the drawbacks of this system became apparent, and by the reforms of the 9th century, the two groups which formed the crew were separated. Subordinate to the dromon were lighter vessels, the Pamphylians, some men by 160, others by 130 men, and the Usii, which seem to have been built after the model of the large Russian boats, and to have been attached to the dromons at the rate of 2 Usii to each larger vessel. Their crews varied from 108 to 110 men. All vessels other than dromons were often referred to under the general name of Helandia, some belonging to the Pamphylian class, others to that of the Usii. What rendered these ships particularly formidable was the superiority which they derived from their use of Greek fire. A Syrian engineer in the 7th century, named Callinicus, had imparted to the Byzantines the secret of this quote-unquote liquid fire, which could not be extinguished, and which was said to burn even in water. It was thrown onto the enemy ships either by means of tubes or siphons placed in the prow of the Greek vessels, or by means of hand grenades. The reputation of this terrible weapon, exaggerated by popular imagination, filled all the adversaries of Byzantium with terror. Igor's Russians, who were crushed outside Constantinople in 941, declared, "The Greeks have a fire resembling the lightning from heaven, and when they threw it at us they burned us. For this reason we could not overcome them." End quote. In the 13th century, Joinville speaks of Greek fire with similar emotion. Any man touched by it believed himself to be lost. Every ship attacked was devoured by flames. And the Byzantines, conscious of the advantage they derived from this formidable weapon, guarded the secret with jealous care. The emperors, in their dying recommendations, advised their successors not to reveal it to anyone, and threatened with anathema any impious person who might dare to disclose it. Like the army, the navy was handled with great tactical skill. In the special treatises of the 10th century which have been preserved, we find the most minute instructions for maneuvering and for boarding, for the use of Greek fire and other weapons of offense, boiling pitch, stones, masses of iron, and the like. There is also evident the same anxiety in maintaining the efficiency of the crews by incessant practice, and the same care with regard to the sailors as to the soldiers. Nevertheless, and in spite of the importance given to the great theme of the Siberiats by the proximity of the Arab territory, In spite of the great services rendered by the fleet, in the 10th century, the navy was less regarded than the land forces. The strategi of the 3 maritime themes received much lower salaries, 10 pounds of gold, than those of the governors of the great continental themes of Anatolia. But by all these means, by land and sea, Byzantium was a great power, and, by her wise naval and military organization, she remained until the end of the 12th century a great and powerful military state. End of section 105.
Section 106 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Civilization, Part 1, by Charles Diehl. Chapter 24, Byzantine Civilization. For over 1,000 years, from the end of the 4th century to the middle of the 15th, the Byzantine Empire was the center of a civilization equal to that of any age in brilliancy, certainly the most brilliant known to the Middle Ages, and possibly even the only real civilization which prevailed in Europe between the close of the 5th century and the beginning of the 11th. While the barbarian states of the West were laboriously developing the elements of a new culture from the scanty remains of the Roman tradition, Byzantium, Rome's successor, and imbued with the spirit and teachings of Hellenism, never ceased to be the center of refinement and the home of a great movement in thought and art. Byzantium, indeed, was no mere transmitter of the tradition of antiquity. Contact with the East had modified her, and the influence of Christianity had left a deep imprint, and, contrary to a still widely spread opinion, she was capable of originality and creation. Hellenism, Christianity, and the East met and combined in forming Byzantine civilization, and by the characteristic forms it assumed, by its superiority, as well as by the long and profound influence it exercised in both the Eastern and Western world, this civilization played a prominent part in the history of the Middle Ages, the history of thought, and the history of mankind. For over 1,000 years, Constantinople, the capital of the empire, was the most brilliant and characteristic expression of this civilization. For over 1,000 years, the whole world gazed with feelings of admiration and greed at the city which Byzantines called the city protected by God, or merely the city, Polis, the magnificent, mighty, and prosperous city which has been felicitously described as the Paris of the Middle Ages. The whole medieval world dreamt of Constantinople as a city famous for beauty, wealth, and power, seen through a shimmer of gold. "She is the glory of Greece," wrote a Frenchman in the 12th century. "Her wealth is renowned, and she is even richer than is reported." "Constantinople," said another, "is the peer of Rome in holiness and majesty." And Benjamin of Tudela adds, "Except Baghdad, there is no town in the universe to be compared with her." According to Robert of Clary, it was said that 2/3 of the world's wealth were in Constantinople, and the other third was scattered throughout the world. And everyone knows the celebrated passage in which Villehardouin declares, "No man could believe that so rich a city existed in all the world," and asserts that the city was queen over all others. The fame of the imperial city resounded throughout the whole of the then known world. Men dreamt of her amid the chilly mists of Norway, and on the banks of the Russian rivers, down which the Varangians sailed towards matchless Tsarograd. They dreamt of her in western strongholds, where trouvères sang the marvels of the imperial palace, the floating hall swayed by the breezes of the sea, and the dazzling carbuncle which gave light to the imperial apartments during the night. Men dreamt of her alike among the barbarian Slavs and the needy Armenians, who aspired to seek their fortunes in the service of an emperor lavish of pay. Men dreamt of her in Venice and the commercial cities of Italy, and calculated the magnificent revenues which the Byzantine sovereigns yearly derived from their city. Even up to her final days of decadence, Constantinople remained one of the most beautiful and illustrious cities of the universe, the splendid center and ornament of the empire, the home of matchless wealth and culture, and pride and glory of the monarchy. In order to obtain a clear understanding of Byzantine civilization, to visualize the mode of life and the dominant tastes in this vanished society, and to realize the mentality of the Greeks in the Middle Ages, we must therefore begin by studying Constantinople. And moreover, it is about her that we have the most information. At every stage of her history, there are valuable documents which describe for us admirably the buildings of the great city and the appearance she presented. For the 5th century, we have the Notitia of 450. For the 6th century, the Book of Edifices by Procopius, the poem of Paul the Silentiary, and the description of the Church of the Holy Apostles by Nicholas Mesarites. For the 10th century, the poem of Constantine the Rhodian on the 7 wonders of the capital, and the ceremonies of Constantine Porphyrogenitus. Finally, the narratives of countless travelers, French, Italians, Spaniards, Russians, and Arabs, who visited Constantinople from the 12th to the 15th century. Moreover, Byzantine literature reflects, as in a magic mirror, the ideas which were familiar and precious to the inhabitants of the capital, and the great currents of thought which prevailed in her. But Constantinople was not the empire. In contrast to the capital, which was luxurious, refined, and elegant, and also turbulent, cruel, and corrupt, there was another Byzantium, simpler and ruder, more robust and more serious, the Byzantium of the provinces, about which we know less than the other, but whose aspect we must nevertheless attempt to reconstruct. For the strength and stability of the monarchy was derived therefrom, no less than from Constantinople, and its study is indispensable if we wish to understand the character of Byzantine civilization. In this vanished world, Constantinople and the provinces seem like the 2 opposite leaves of a diptych, and, in spite of the deep contrast offered by these 2 Byzantiums, it was their union which formed the power and the greatness of the empire. But before presenting a picture of Byzantine civilization under this twofold aspect, a preliminary remark is necessary. In the course of 1,000 years, between the 4th century when it came into being and the 15th when it disintegrated, Byzantine society necessarily underwent profound changes. A historian who seeks to present a picture of the whole runs great risks of completely falsifying the aspect of things if he borrows indiscriminately from authors of widely different ages. If, like Krauss, who aspired to show us the Byzantines of the Middle Ages, he combines facts drawn from sources which are chronologically widely apart. In order to avoid this danger, we shall here note only the most persistent features, those which seem really characteristic of Byzantine civilization, and apart from these permanent elements, we shall always be careful to mention the exact date of the social phenomena recorded, and to mark their evolution. Thus, perhaps will emerge an approximately correct presentment of this vanished world, this infinitely complex society, to which the mixture of nationalities imparted so strongly cosmopolitan a character, and which we must study successively in Constantinople and in the provinces, so as to arrive at a clear understanding of the soul of Byzantium. 1. By the general appearance she presented, the splendor of her public buildings, the multitude of ancient statues which adorned her broad squares, the luxury of her palaces, and the beauty of her churches, the picturesque animation lent to her streets by a motley and cosmopolitan crowd, Constantinople, even at first sight, produced a powerful impression of wealth and magnificence. By the middle of the 5th century, barely 100 years after her foundation, the Byzantine capital was already a very large town. Theodosius II was obliged to enlarge the city, which had become too narrow for the enormous influx of population, and carried the new enclosure far beyond the wall built by Constantine, thus making her boundaries, except at one point, identical with those of Stamboul in the present day. For her protection, he built the admirable line of ramparts from the Sea of Marmora to the end of the Golden Horn, which still exists today, and whose triple defenses, ranged one behind the other, remain one of the finest examples of military architecture of all time. Against this mighty wall, which rendered Constantinople a great and impregnable fortress, there hurled themselves in succession all the barbarians, Huns and Avars, Bulgars and Russians, Arabs from the east and Crusaders from the west. On the very eve of the final catastrophe in 1453, the great capital still vaunted her military power, and this crown of ramparts, which was surpassed not even by those of Babylon. Within this vast enclosure there stretched henceforward a magnificent city. Built like Rome on 7 hills, she was divided like the former capital of the empire into 14 regions, and since the days of Constantine, the emperors had spared no pains to render her equal or even superior to the great city, which for so many centuries had been the heart of Roman power. The Notizia of 450 shows us a Constantinople full of palaces. The first region especially was, says this document, Regius nobiliumque domicilius clara, magnificent squares, sumptuous buildings for public utility, baths, underground cisterns, aqueducts, and shops, buildings devoted to popular amusement, theaters, hippodromes, and the like. Some figures given in the Notizia are significant of the greatness and wealth of the city, without taking into account the 5 imperial palaces, 6 domus divinae belonging to empresses, and 3 domus nobilissimae. There were in Constantinople in the 5th century 322 streets, 52 porticos, 4,388 domus or mansions, and 153 private baths. And moreover, this magnificent city was the finest museum in the world, because of the masterpieces of ancient art which the emperors had removed from the famous sanctuaries of the Hellenic world to adorn their capital. But to realize fully the importance of the imperial city, we must consider her as she was in the 10th century, at the moment when, indeed, she attained her apogee of splendor and prosperity. We possess fairly exact information as to her plan and her principal streets at this date, and they can still be traced in the thoroughfares of present-day Constantinople. Between St. Sophia to the north, the imperial palace to the south, and the Senate House to the east, there stretched the square of the Augusteum, Constantinople's square of St. Mark, all surrounded with porticos, in the center of which, on a tall column, towered an equestrian statue of the Emperor Justinian. To the west lay the arcade of the Golden Milestone, whence started the great city of the Messe, which, like all the important thoroughfares of the city, was bordered with arcaded galleries, or embulae. Crossing the quarter of the bazaars, and passing the royal basilica, law courts, and the praetorium, residence of the prefect of the city, it led into the Forum of Constantine, one of the handsomest parts of the city. In the center stood a porphyry column, now called the Burnt Pillar, and all round the square there were palaces with gigantic domes, their walls decorated with mosaics and panels of precious metals. In front of these, under marble porticos, were ranged the masterpieces of Greek sculpture. Thence, through the quarter of the Artipolia, the bakers, the Messe reached the great square of the Taurus, where in front of the Capitol was erected the lofty column of Theodosius, decorated, like Trajan's column, with spiral bas-reliefs commemorating the slaughter of the Scythian barbarians and the destruction of their towns. Further on, there were the crossroads of Philadelphion, where the main street split into 3 branches. One descended towards the Golden Horn, the second led to the Church of the Holy Apostles and the Gate of Carisius, Hadrianople Gate. The third, and most frequented, crossed the squares of Amastrionon and the Boas, whence a street branched off to the right towards the Gate of St. Romanus, Top Capu, and finally, after crossing the Forum of Arcadius, in which rose a tall column with bas-reliefs representing scenes of war and triumph, it passed in front of the monastery of Studion and reached the Golden Gate. This was the most famous and most magnificent of all the gates of Constantinople, with its propylaea decorated with ancient bas-reliefs and inlaid with colored marbles, and the triple bay of its triumphal arch flanked by 2 massive marble pylons. It was through this gate that the emperors made their solemn entry into the capital on their days of coronation or triumph, when they went in stately procession through the streets hung with tapestry, blazing with lights and strewn with flowers, amidst the acclamations of the people, and passed along the Messe to St. Sophia. In close proximity to these vast thoroughfares, bordered with long arcaded galleries, decorated with statues, and full of rich palaces, there were naturally to be found in Constantinople narrow streets, dark, muddy, and squalid, infested with dogs and with thieves, who, says one historian, were almost as numerous as the poor. Often sheltered in cellars, there swarmed a wretched and sordid population in miserable houses. In strong contrast to these noisy, overcrowded quarters where the people huddled together, there were peaceful and deserted districts, such, for instance, as Petrion, on the slopes of the Fifth Hill, where amid shady gardens there stood monasteries and quiet churches, schools and hospitals. In the 10th century, all the outskirts of the city, the district lying between the wall of Constantine and that of Theodosius II, was as yet sparsely inhabited. Great open-air cisterns lay there with their still waters. The valley of the Lycus, with its meadows, was a rural and deserted spot, and there were hardly any buildings in the Blachernae suburb, with the exception of the famous Sanctuary of the Virgin. Later, from the 12th century, when the emperors transferred their residence to the Blachernae Palace, this suburb became fashionable because of its proximity to the court, and churches and houses sprang up there. The sanctuaries of the Pantocrator, KelisaJami, Pantapoptes, Eski Imaratjami, Pamakaristos, FethiaJami, and the Christ of Korah, KariaJami, date from this period. But in the 10th century, fashionable life was elsewhere. By the contrast she presented, Byzantine Constantinople was truly a great Oriental city, and she offered a magnificent spectacle. All these buildings, of which she was full, public buildings of classical architecture, and private houses of a more Eastern type, palaces and churches, baths and hostelries, underground cisterns and aqueducts, columns and statues, combined to produce an incomparable effect. Constantine the Rhodian, writing in the 10th century, has justly sung the praises of the famous and venerable city which dominates the world, whose 1,000 marvels shine with singular brilliancy, with the splendor of her lofty buildings, the glory of her magnificent churches, the arcades of her long porticos, the height of her columns rising towards the skies. Within her walls, Constantinople contained 7 wonders, as many as the whole ancient world had known, wherewith she adorned herself, as was said by one author, as with so many stars. In this vast city there dwelt an enormous population, whose numbers during the period between the 5th and 13th centuries may be fixed without exaggeration at from 800,000 to 1,000,000. It was a motley and cosmopolitan population from which might be met every type, garb, condition, race. From every province in the empire, and for every country in the world, men flocked to Byzantium for business, for pleasure, for litigation. There were Asiatics with hooked noses, almond eyes under thick eyebrows, pointed beards, and long black hair falling over their shoulders. Bulgars, with shaved heads and dirty clothes, wearing an iron chain round their waists by way of belt. Fur-clad Russians with long fair mustaches. Armenian or Scandinavian adventurers who had come to seek their fortunes in the great city. Muslim merchants from Baghdad or Syria, and Western merchants, Italians from Venice or Amalfi, Pisa or Genoa, Spaniards and Frenchmen. There were Khazars of the Imperial Guard, Varangians tall as palm trees, Latin mercenaries with long swords who in their armor looked like bronze figures. There was a confusion of every tongue and every religion. And in the midst of this animated and picturesque crowd, the inhabitants of the city might be recognized by the rich silken garments embroidered with gold in which they were clad, the fine horses on which they were mounted, and the exhibition of such luxury as gave them, as was said by a traveler, the semblance of so many princes. Anyone who visited Constantinople a few years ago will remember the spectacle offered by the Great Bridge at Stamboul. Medieval Byzantium offered a somewhat similar spectacle, and foreigners who visited the imperial city carried away a dazzling picture of the Byzantine streets. But in this magnificent Constantinople full of splendid sights, where extravagance of costume vied with beauty of architecture, three things were specially characteristic of Byzantine civilization: the pomp of religious ceremonial, as displayed by the Orthodox liturgy on great feast days, the brilliant ostentation of imperial life shown in the receptions and the etiquette of the sacred palace, and the amusements of the hippodrome, where was manifested the mind of the people. In Constantinople, says A. Rambaud, for God there was St. Sophia, for the emperor the sacred palace, and for the people the hippodrome. Round these three poles there gravitated a great part of Byzantine life, and in them may best be studied some of the leading features of this society. End of section 106. Section 107 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine Civilization, Part 2, by Charles Diehl. 2. Religion held an essential place in the Byzantine world. The medieval Greeks have often been blamed for the passionate interest they took in theological disputes, and the manner in which they neglected the most serious interests and the very safety of the state for apparently futile controversies. There is no doubt that from the emperor down to the meanest of his subjects, the Byzantines loved controversies about faith and dogma to distraction. It would, nevertheless, be foolish to believe that these interminable disputes, of which Byzantine history is full, and the profound troubles which resulted from them, were only caused among the masses by the love of controversy, the mania for argument, and the subtlety of the Greek intellect, and among statesmen, by the empty pleasure of laying down the law. These great movements were determined by deeper and graver reasons. In the Eastern world, heresies have often concealed and disguised political ideas and enmities, and the conduct of the emperors in these matters was often inspired rather by state reasons than by a desire to make innovations in matters of faith. Nevertheless, a deep and sincere piety inspired most Byzantine souls. This people, which adored pageants, loved the sumptuous magnificence of liturgical ceremonies. Their pious credulity attributed miraculous virtues to the holy icons and images, not made by hands. Akero poietoi. They devoutly adored those holy relics of which Byzantium was full, treasures 1,000 times more dearly esteemed than gold and precious stones, and which tempted so strongly the covetousness of the Latins. Finally, their superstitious minds sought in every event an indication of the divine will, so much so that the Byzantine people, which was singularly impressionable, lived in a constant state of mystic exaltation, which from the very outset rendered them very amenable to the all-powerful influence of the Church. In education, the study of religious matters held an important place. In society, devotion was closely allied with fashionable life. Church and hippodrome were, as has ingeniously been said, the only places of public resort possessed by Byzantine society, and people repaired to the former to meet and to gossip as much as to pray. Finally, the cloister exercised a mystical attraction over many men. The foundation or endowment of monasteries was one of the commonest forms of Byzantine piety. The monks were objects of universal veneration. They were much sought after as directors of conscience by pious persons, and consequently they exerted a profound influence on society. Moved by natural piety, by weariness of the world, or by the need for renunciation and peace, many Byzantines aspired to end their days among these holy men, who by their prayers and mortifications assured the salvation of the empire and of humanity, and wished to become, like them, citizens of heaven. The life of the emperor himself, closely associated with all of the religious feasts, was indeed, as has been said, a sacerdotal life, and St. Sophia,
where the emperor's coronation took place, and where the ostentatious retinue of the imperial processions was displayed on the innumerable feast days, St. Sophia, the most venerated of sanctuaries, in which the patriarch could entrench himself as in a citadel, was one of the centers of public life, of the government, and even of the diplomacy of the monarchy. Ever since it had been rebuilt by Justinian with incomparable splendor, St. Sophia had been the wonder of Constantinople. With its lofty dome, so aerial and light that, in the phrase of Procopius, it seemed, quote, to be suspended by a golden chain from heaven, end of quote. The fine breadth of its harmonious proportions, the splendor of its facings of many-colored marble, the brilliancy of its mosaics, the magnificent gold and silver work which enriched the iconostasis, ambo, and altar, the church built by Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus, has throughout centuries excited the admiration of all beholders. If we consider its design, its enormous dome with a diameter of 107 feet, supported by 4 great arches which rest on 4 colossal piers, the 2 semi-domes which abut the central dome, and are in their turn supported by 3 smaller apses, if we study the skillful combinations of equipoise which ensure the success of the work, we are overcome with amazement at this marvel of stability and daring, this masterpiece of logical audacity and scientific knowledge. The magnificence of the decoration, the beauty of the lofty columns with their exquisite capitals, the many-colored marbles so skillfully variegated as to give the illusion of oriental carpets hung on the walls of the apse, and the dazzling effect of the mosaics with their background of dark blue and gold, complete the effect of magic splendor produced by St. Sophia. Robbed though it has been since 1453 of its former magnificence, it still justifies the profound admiration which it excited from the time of Justinian until the last days of the Byzantine Empire. Quote, "Words worthy of it are not to be found," wrote an author of the 14th century, "and after we have spoken of it, we cannot speak of anything else." End of quote. Another Byzantine writer declared that God must certainly have extended his mercy to Justinian, if only because he built St. Sophia. And if we try to picture the great church as it was in former days on occasions of solemn ceremonial, when amid clouds of incense, glowing candles, and the moving harmony of sacred chants, there was displayed the mystic pageant of ritual processions and the beauty of the Orthodox liturgy, the impression becomes even more marvelous. There is a legend that ambassadors from Vladimir, great prince of Kiev, imagined that in a vision they had seen the angels themselves descending from heaven to join with the Greek priests in celebrating Mass on the altar of St. Sophia, and they could not resist the attraction of a religion in which such things were to be seen, transcending, they said, human intelligence. Under the golden domes of Justinian's church, every Byzantine experienced emotions of the same kind, as deep and as powerful, and his mystic and pious soul became marvelously exalted. Constantinople, moreover, was full of churches and monasteries. There was the Church of the Holy Apostles with its 5 domes, an architectural masterpiece of the 6th century, from which St. Mark's in Venice was copied at a later date. Here were buried 10 generations of emperors in sarcophagi of porphyry or marble. There was the new church, Nea, a basilica built in the 9th century by the Emperor Basil I, and the fine churches of the Comneni, the most famous of which, that of the Pantocrator, was from the 12th century, the Saint Denis of the monarchy. Quote, "In Constantinople," wrote one traveler, "there are as many churches as there are days in the year." End of quote. To mention a few of those that still exist, there were St. Irene and Little St. Sophia, really the church of Saints Sergius and Bacchus, which date from the 6th century, the church of the Theotokos, Vephigiami, which appears to date from the 11th, and also the Pamakaristos, Phthiajami, and the Chora, Kariajami, built in the 12th and 13th centuries, the latter of which still contains mosaics which are among the masterpieces of Byzantine art. A singularly active and powerful religious life filled the Byzantine capital with its manifestations. Although in somewhat close dependence on the emperor, who appointed and deposed him at will, the patriarch, a veritable pope of the Eastern Church, was a power to be reckoned with in the state, especially when the holder of the office was a Photius, a Cerularius, or even a Polyeuctes or a Nicholas. The power of the Church was further increased by the great development in monasticism. We have already referred to the prominent part played in the Byzantine world by religious houses. Constantinople was full of monasteries. In like manner, outside the capital, in Egypt, in Palestine, and in Sinai during the 4th and 5th centuries, later on Olympus in Bithynia, and on Latros in Caria, in the solitudes of Cappadocia, and especially in the 10th century on the Holy Mount of Athos, there was a marvelous expansion of monastic establishments. We know with what respect Byzantine society regarded the monks, and how great an influence they exercised in consequence. Moreover, the monks became a real power, and sometimes one formidable to the state, because of the vast possessions which accumulated in their hands. Against this, the emperors, not only the iconoclasts, but even the Orthodox, were obliged to wage a bitter and violent struggle. Quote, "The monks," said Nicephorus Phocas in a novel, "possess none of the evangelical virtues. At every moment of their existence, they are only considering how to acquire more earthly possessions." End of quote. But the monks were too powerful to be easily overthrown. The state had to give way before the strong current, as it had often to yield to the turbulent outbursts organized in the monasteries, which penetrated even to the sacred palace, to present the grievances and claims of the Church. Vainly it endeavored to reform the frequently relaxed discipline of the monasteries. Even the Church itself, led by men such as Christodoulus of Patmos in the 11th century, or Eustathius of Thessalonica in the 12th, failed to attain this object. The Byzantine monks were extremely popular because of the miraculous powers and prophetic gifts which were attributed to them, the holy images and venerable relics of which their monasteries were the pious depositaries, their preaching and moral influence, their works of mercy, and the schools clustered round their monasteries. On account of this popularity, of their fanaticism, and their spirit of independence, they were a perpetual source of trouble in Byzantine society, and a double danger, political and social, to the state. The important place held in the Byzantine world by the monastic institution is one of the most characteristic features of this vanished civilization, and is the best proof of the essential importance within it of everything which concerned religion. On the side of the hills that slope from the square of Hatmaiden to the Sea of Marmora, close to St. Sophia and the Hippodrome, were ranged the innumerable buildings which formed the imperial palace. Of this vast assemblage there now remain only ruins, owing, however, to the descriptions left by Byzantine authors, above all in the ceremonies of Constantine Porphyrogenitus. It is easy to reconstruct its plan and picture its appearance. The sacred palace was indeed a city within a city. From its builder Constantine until the 12th century, almost every emperor took pride in enlarging it or improving it by some new addition. After the fire which accompanied the Nika riot, the vestibule of Chelsea, which opened on the Augusteum, was magnificently rebuilt by Justinian. The Chrysotriclinium, a sumptuous throne room, was erected in the middle of the gardens by Justin II, and at the end of the 7th century, Justinian II connected it with the ancient palace by the long arcades of Lysiacus and Justinianus. In the 9th century, Theophilus built the palace of Triconchus in imitation of Arab models, surrounding it with gardens and adding a number of elegant pavilions decorated with rare marbles and precious mosaics, which were known by picturesque titles such as the Pearl, Love, or Harmony. A little later, Basil I erected the new palace, or Caenergium, close to the Chrysotriclinium. Nicephorus Phocas added magnificent decorations to the maritime palace of Bucolion, his favorite residence. Even in the 12th century, buildings were added within the grounds of the great palace. From this period dated the pavilion of Macrudis, the Persian house, whose architecture was inspired by Seljuk models. Thus, within high walls, which after the 10th century bore the appearance of a fortress, the work of successive generations had produced a complicated assemblage of all kinds of buildings, great reception rooms and more private pavilions hidden among trees, palaces, and barracks, baths and libraries, churches and prisons, long arcades and terraces where the eye could look far over the Sea of Marmora and the Bosphorus, wide stairways and magnificent landing stages adorned with statues, gardens rich with flowers, trees, and running water, and large open spaces in which the emperor played polo with his intimates. All this was laid out without symmetry or settled plan, but was full of charming fancy and of unparalleled magnificence. If we wish to form some idea of the sacred palace, we must not recall the noble and symmetrical facades of the Louvre and Versailles, but rather some Eastern palace, the Kremlin of the Tsars, or the old seraglio of the sultans. The resplendent luxury of the imperial apartments has often been described, and it is unnecessary to dwell for long on the precious marbles, mosaics, and gold. The gorgeous processions which passed every day through the lofty rooms hung with tapestries and strewn with flowers, the picturesque and glittering train of court officials, the magnificent ceremonial of the solemn audiences, receptions, and state dinners, and the thousand refinements of the precise and somewhat childish etiquette which regulated every act of the imperial life, the fairy-like setting of this court life, whose brilliant picture, worthy of the Arabian Nights, dazzled all the Middle Ages like a blaze of gold. In this magnificent setting, adorned with all the magic of art, within which passed the ostentatious and complicated life of the emperor, everything was carefully calculated to enhance the sovereign majesty, whether by the luxury of splendid costumes, which for each fresh feast were of new form and color, or by the pomp of the ceremonies which from the day of his birth to that of his death accompanied every act in the existence of the basileus, and which rendered his life, as has been said, a completely representative and pontifical life. On each of the great feasts of the Church, and on each solemn saint's day, the emperor went to St. Sophia or some other church in the capital to be present in great state at the divine office. Then there were in the palace the civil festivities, daily processions, receptions, dinners, and audiences, in which Byzantium took pride, in order to dazzle visitors and to display all her riches, magnificent jewels, precious tapestries, and splendid mosaics, multiplying lights and flowers, resplendent costumes, and gorgeous uniforms, and seeking even by magical illusions to astonish strangers. There were the feasts of the Dodecahemeron, which lasted from Christmas till Epiphany, of the Brumalia, and many others, in which songs, dances, banquets, and performances by buffoons succeeded each other in an exact and complicated etiquette which left nothing to chance or fancy. And if we consider the busy, monotonous, and empty existence led by the Byzantine sovereign, and the crowd of courtiers who, from morning till night, from one year's end to the other, seemed to have no object save to participate in this pompous puppet show, we wonder whether indeed these people did not run a risk of developing, as was said by Taine, idiot minds, and whether the ruler who submitted to such a life of show was not in danger of losing all capacity and energy. But, although there was certainly some monotony in the profusion of purple, precious stones, and gold which illuminated the imperial existence, and a good deal of futility in the etiquette which surrounded him, it must not be forgotten that Byzantium wished thereby to give to the world an impression of incomparable splendor, of dazzling wealth and luxury, and that she thereby succeeded in giving a particular stamp to the civilization of which she was the brilliant center. In the 12th century, the Comneni left the former imperial residence and settled in a new one at the end of the Golden Horn. This was the palace of Blachernae, whose splendor was not less striking than that of the Great Palace. Strangers permitted to visit it have left us dazzling descriptions. Everywhere there were gold and precious stones, goldsmiths' work and mosaics, and, writes a contemporary, quote, "It is impossible to say which gave most value and beauty to things, the costliness of the material or the skill of the artist." End of quote. Round the rulers of the Comnenian dynasty there moved an elegant and worldly court, less ceremonious than the former one, passionately interested in festivities, music, tourneys, art, and letters, full of intrigues and amorous adventures. And all this lent a singular attraction to the city. Travelers who came to Constantinople declared that, quote, "nothing like it can be found in any other country," end of quote. But somewhat grave consequences arose from the essential place held in Byzantine society by the sacred palace and court life. In an absolute monarchy, where everything depended on the ruler's favor, the palace was the center of everything, and naturally, to gain or retain this favor, there was an atmosphere of perpetual intrigue round the prince. In this court full of eunuchs, women, and idle high dignitaries, there were intrigues incessantly and everywhere, alike in the gymnasium, the barracks of the guards, and the emperor's antechambers. Every man fought for himself and sought to overthrow the reigning favorite, and any means were good: flattery or calumny, bribery or assassination. In dark corners was prepared the fall of the minister in power, nay, even the fall of the emperor himself. The history of the sacred palace is full of plots, murders, and coups d'etat, and naturally in this court atmosphere there was scope for every kind of meanness, villainy, surrender of principle, recantation, and treachery. We must not indeed draw too black a picture. There were not only emperor drones content to slumber in the ostentatious and empty life of the palace, but also rulers full of energy, determined to carry out their great task as leaders of the state, both in the field and in the government, and there were more of the latter than is commonly thought. In strong contrast to the mean and worthless courtiers, there were in this society many worthy men, and alike in the Byzantine aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, there was an accumulated treasure of strong qualities and solid virtues. Nevertheless, even in the best of the Byzantines, there is visible a disquieting love for complication, subtlety, and intrigue, a way of contemplating and conducting life which suggests a certain amount of cunning, of prudent cleverness not overburdened with useless scruples, a weakness of character which contrasts with their superior intelligence. Court life greatly helped to develop this background of corruption and demoralization, and to present a somewhat turbid picture of Byzantium, a picture of gorgeous luxury and excessive refinement, but of refinement in vice as well, showing us amidst a marvelously enchanting setting a multitude of mediocre and worthless spirits led by a few superior and evil geniuses. Finally, in this elegant and ostentatious court, devoted to pleasure and feasting, in which women played a leading part, there was great corruption, and the imperial palace was the home of many startling adventures and widespread scandals. In spite of the apparently severe seclusion in which the life of the empress was passed, in spite of the retinue of eunuchs by which the approaches to the gymnasium were guarded, Byzantine history is full of empresses who played a leading part in state affairs or in society. They were granted a great place in palace festivities by ceremonial custom. The political constitution of the monarchy, which did not exclude women from the throne, bestowed on them an official position in the government at the side of the emperor. Several Byzantine empresses, by their high ability, succeeded in gaining powerful influence and playing the part of a statesman. To appreciate the active part they took in directing political affairs, it is only necessary to recall the names of Theodora and Irene, of Theophano and Eudocia Macrembolitissa, or to realize what Byzantine society owed to their luxury, elegance, and spirit of intrigue. We may conjure up the figures of Zoe Porphyrogenita, Mary of Antioch, or the princesses of such varied character of the Comnenian family. Their morality was frequently doubtful, but their talent and culture were often eminent, and as they shared all the tastes of the period, alike for religion and for the hippodrome, as they were as intriguing and ambitious as the men, they helped to bestow a characteristic stamp on Byzantine society. And from the imperial palace, this love of intrigue so necessary for success, this openly flaunted corruption, spread throughout all classes of society. Round the palace there revolved a whole noble society, powerful alike by the high offices with which its members were invested and the territorial wealth they possessed. From it were drawn the intimates of the emperor, his counselors, ministers, officials, and generals. It was called the senatorial order, Synkletikoi. We can most easily judge of Byzantine social life and luxury from these great aristocratic families. Though we know little about Byzantine dwellings, it may be said that up to the time of the Crusades, they were constructed on the plan of the houses of antiquity. Those which still exist in the dead cities of central Syria contain courts surrounded by porticos, baths, and large gardens round the central edifice. In miniatures, we see buildings of 2 or 3 stories with gabled, terraced, or domed roofs. Their facades, decorated with porticos and flanked by towers or pavilions, were often adorned with balconies or loggias. The internal decorations seem to have been extremely luxurious. The rooms were lined with marble and decorated with mosaics or paintings. They were furnished with sumptuous articles made of wood inlaid with metal, mother of pearl, or ivory, covered with magnificent tapestries embroidered with religious subjects or fantastic animals. The luxury of the table was great, and still more that of costume. The forms of classical attire had been retained, but the influence of the East had added great extravagance, and moreover, certain new fashions had been introduced from neighboring peoples, which soon lent singular diversity to the Byzantine costume. Its characteristic feature was extraordinary magnificence. Only garments of silk or purple were worn, tissues embroidered with gold which fell in stiff, straight folds, and materials embellished with embroideries and priceless jewels. There was no less extravagance in horses and carriages, and moralists such as St. John Chrysostom in the 5th century or Theodore of Studion in the 9th severely criticized the excessive expenditure of their contemporaries. The period of the Crusades somewhat altered the character of this luxury without diminishing it. Magnificence was always one of the characteristic features of Byzantine life. It is what strikes us first in the pictures of this vanished world preserved for us in mosaics and miniatures, both in the brilliant pictures which in San Vital at Ravenna represent Justinian and Theodora in the midst of their court, and in the sumptuous portraits of emperors and empresses, ministers, and great dignitaries, which illustrate manuscripts. It was said for long, and is still often repeated, that the whole history of Byzantium is summed up in the quarrels of the greens and blues. However exaggerated this statement may be, it is certain that up to the 12th century the games in the circus were among the favorite pleasures of the Byzantine world, so much so that it has truly been said of the hippodrome that it was indeed, quote, the mirror of Greek society in the Middle Ages, end of quote. From the emperor down to the meanest of his subjects, Byzantium devoted a passionate attention to everything which concerned the circus, and women were no less keenly interested than men in the spectacles of the hippodrome, the success of the fashionable charioteers, and the struggles between the factions. Quote, the ardor which in the circus inflames men's minds with extraordinary passion is a marvelous thing, says a writer of the 6th century. Should the green charioteer take the lead, half the people are in despair. Should the blue one outstrip his rival, at once half the city is in mourning. Men who have no stake in the matter give vent to frenzied abuse. Men who have suffered no hurt feel gravely injured. For a mere nothing, people come to blows, as though it were a question of saving the country from danger. End of quote. The gravest of men declared that without the theater and the hippodrome, quote, life were totally devoid of joy. End of quote. And an emperor who was a good psychologist wrote, quote, we must have games to amuse the people. End of quote. Consequently, the societies which organized the games in the circus, the famous factions of greens and blues, were recognized corporations of public utility, with their presidents or demarchs, their leaders of the regions, their funds, their places in official ceremonies, in fact, a complete organization, in the form of a kind of urban militia, which put arms in their hands and rendered them powerful and frequently dangerous. The whole people ranged itself on one side or the other according to the color favored, and the emperor himself took sides passionately in the struggle between the rival factions, so that the rivalries of the circus very often assumed a political aspect and spread from the hippodrome to the state. The Maidan in Constantinople still marks the site and retains the shape of the Byzantine circus, where, in the magnificent arena, along the spina decorated with lofty columns and statues, the charioteers urged their horses down the track, and where the people, thrilled with excitement at the thousand spectacles, animal hunting, combats between men and wild beasts, the feats of acrobats, and the fooling of clowns, lavished by imperial liberality. But the hippodrome was much more than this. It was also the scene of solemn triumphs, when under the eyes of the people there passed some victorious general, followed by a train of illustrious prisoners and a display of the wealth taken from a conquered world. Here also was the scene of public executions, which gratified the taste for cruelty and blood always existent in the Byzantine populace. But it was still something more. It took the place of the ancient forum as one of the centers of public life. Here, and here only, the people could give vent to their feelings, their spirit of opposition and discontent, and here they retained their right to hiss or applaud anyone, even the emperor. In the circus, the new Basilius came for the first time in contact with his people. In the circus, there sometimes occurred, as for instance at the beginning of the Nika riot, really tragic scenes, the prelude to mutiny or revolution. In the circus, amid the execrations of the people, there sometimes closed the existence of the dethroned and tortured emperor. For over 200 years, from the 5th to the 7th century, the factions of the circus maintained a profound and ceaseless agitation in the Byzantine state. They were in the forefront of all the insurrections, all the revolutions in which the hippodrome was often the battlefield or the chief fortress. The government indeed gradually succeeded in taming the factions. It appointed their leaders democrats, who were great officers of the crown, and they became more and more official corporations, which on the days of great ceremony lined the streets on the sovereign's way and greeted him with their rhythmic acclamations. But, although less formidable to the state, the games at the hippodrome were no less dear to the people, and the population of the capital still remained a source of constant preoccupation to the imperial government. It was not an easy matter to keep the peace in this cosmopolitan multitude, constantly augmented by the undesirables who flocked from the provinces to the capital, an idle populace, impressionable, restless, turbulent, and discontented, which passed with equal facility from cheers to abuse, from enjoyment to mutiny, from enthusiasm to discouragement. Agitators found it easy to exert an influence over this superstitious and devout populace, always ready to believe the prophecies of soothsayers or the miracles of holy images, and to credit all the rumors, false or true, which were abroad in the city. In a few hours, the multitude became excited and infuriated. They were passionately interested in religious and political questions, and under the leadership of the monks who directed them, or of politicians who made use of them, they often imposed their will on the palace. Eager for gossip, they delighted in pamphlets, in abuse, in brawling, and idle opposition. Moreover, there was much corruption in the city. Houses of ill fame established themselves at the very church doors. In the police orders are recorded the impious blasphemies, the rage for gambling, the licentious morals, the affrays which constantly took place in drinking booths, and the consequent necessity of closing the latter at 7 o'clock in the evening, the number of thieves, and the insecurity of the streets during the night. Quote, "If Constantinople," said a writer of the 12th century, "surpasses all other cities in wealth, she also surpasses them in vice." End of quote. Thus it was a hard task for the prefect of the city, entrusted with the policing of the capital, to maintain order in this fickle, passionate, bloodthirsty, and ferocious crowd, always ready to blame the emperor when dissatisfied with anything. Exempt from all taxation, the populace were fed by the government, who distributed bread, wine, and oil gratuitously, and it was no small matter to ensure supplies for the enormous capital, to regulate exactly the arrival of wheat from Egypt, as was done by Justinian, to supervise, as is shown by the book of the prefect at the end of the 9th century, the making of bread and the sale of fish and meat. Then the populace had to be amused by games in the circus and by dazzling pomps and ceremonies, which thus became means of government. Above all, it had to be mastered, sometimes severely, by bloody repression. Nevertheless, imperial authority had often to yield when popular fury was unchained. From the 12th century onwards, we even find the dregs of the Byzantine people, the poorer classes of the great cities, becoming organized to give voice to their demands and for social struggles. The history of the naked, gumnoi, in Corfu in the 12th century, and that of the zealots in Thessalonica in the 14th, betray a vague tendency toward a communistic movement. End of section 107.
Section 108 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Civilization, Part 3, by Charles Diehl. 3. But Constantinople was also a great industrial and commercial town. Between the square of the Augusteum and that of the Taurus, all along the great street of the Messe, there stretched the quarter of the bazaars. Here were exhibited in great quantity the products of the luxury trades, sumptuous materials in bright colors embroidered richly in gold, a monopoly jealously guarded for themselves by the Byzantines, wonderful specimens of the goldsmith's art, jewels glittering with rubies and pearls, bronzes inlaid with silver, enamels cloisonné in gold, delicately carved ivories, icons of mosaic, in fact, everything in the way of rare and refined luxury known to the Middle Ages. There, at work under the porticos in the open air, might be seen the innumerable craftsmen of Byzantine industry, jewelers, skinners, saddlers, wax chandlers, bakers, etc., the tables of the money changers heaped with coin, the stalls of the grocers who sold meat and salt fish, flour and cheese, vegetables, oil, butter, and honey in the street, and the stalls of the perfume sellers set up in the very square of the palace, at the foot of a venerable icon, the Christ of the Chalci, quote, in order, says a document at the end of the 9th century, to perfume the sacred image as is fitting, and to impart charm to the palace vestibule, end of quote. And it is evident how much all this resembles the Eastern color still apparent in present-day Stamboul. Further on, close to the long portico, between the Forum of Constantine and the Taurus, was the quarter of the silk and linen merchants, where each branch of the trade had its own place. In the Taurus and the Strategion were sold sheep and pigs, in the Amastrionon, horses. On the quays of the Golden Horn was the fish market. And all day long, in the bazaars of the main street, an active and incessant movement of business was kept up by an animated, noisy, and cosmopolitan crowd. The industrial corporations were each hedged round by very strict administrative regulations. Constantinople in the Middle Ages was, as has been said, quote, the paradise of monopoly, privilege, and protection, end of quote. There was no liberty of labor. Under the superintendence of the prefect of the city, the various trades were organized in hermetically closed guilds, minutely regulated in everything concerning membership, wages, methods of manufacture, conditions of work, and prices. Industrial life was watched over in every detail by government officials, often very inquisitorial in their methods. On the other hand, these guilds were protected by severe measures limiting or suppressing foreign competition. In the Book of the Prefect, an ordinance dating from the reign of Leo VI, we see the essential features of this economic system, and also the nature of the most important of these guilds, which is worthy of note. Some of them were occupied in provisioning the capital, others in building, as was natural in a great city where many edifices were under construction. Most were employed in manufacturing articles of luxury, and this was indeed the characteristic feature of Byzantine industry, which was essentially a luxury industry. Finally, the money market, represented by the very numerous money changers and bankers, who were highly respected in Constantinople, naturally held a prominent position in a city which was one of the great markets of the world. By her geographical position, situated as she was at the point of contact between the East and the West, Constantinople was the great emporium in which the commerce of the world became centralized. Through Syria and by the Red Sea, the empire was in communication with the Far East, and either directly, or by way of the Persians and later of the Arabs, it came into touch with Ceylon and China. Through the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, spices, aromatic essences, and precious stones reached it from Central Asia. Towards the north, trade routes extended even to the Scandinavians and the Russians,
who supplied Byzantium with furs, honey, wax, and slaves. The Byzantine merchants, Syrians, especially in the 5th and 6th centuries, and Armenians penetrated to Africa, Italy, Spain, and Gaul. Until the 11th century, the Byzantine merchant marine, under the protection of the imperial fleet, dominated the Mediterranean. Merchandise from the whole world poured into the markets of the capital. Paul the Silentiary, a poet of the 6th century, pleasantly describes the trading vessels of the universe sailing full of hope towards the queenly city, and even the winds conspiring to bring the goods which enriched her citizens. There was therefore ceaseless activity all day long in the port, alike near the Golden Horn and on the shores of the Propontis. Thither Asiatics from Trebizond and Chaldea brought their spices and perfumes, Syrians and Arabs their sumptuous silken robes and their carpets, merchants from Pontus and Cerasus their cloth, Russians their salt fish, caviar, salt, and furs, and Bulgarians their flax and honey. Western merchants, first of all from Amalfi and Venice, later from Pisa and Genoa, as well as Catalans and Celts from beyond the Alps, played an ever-increasing part in this great business activity. From the 10th century, there were special places reserved for the warehouses and colonies of the Venetians along the Golden Horn, and from the 13th century for the Genoese at Galata. By the liberality of the emperors, they secured substantial reductions on the custom house dues levied on the ingress and egress to the Dardanelles, as well as important privileges for their compatriots. And thus, from the 12th century, they gradually became masters of all the trade of the capital, to the great discontent of the Byzantines. The economic policy of the emperors contributed not a little to this result. Byzantium showed scanty interest in opening commercial channels and conducting her own export trade, but took pride in seeing all the world meet on the shores of the Bosphorus to seek precious merchandise and bring their gold. The inevitable consequence was that, in the rich market of the East, Byzantium insensibly allowed herself to be supplanted by younger and more active nations. But in spite of this mistaken policy, Constantinople nevertheless remained throughout the centuries, quote, a great business center, to quote the expression of Benjamin of Tudela, whither merchants come from all countries of the world, end of quote, a marvelously prosperous and wealthy city. It has been calculated that in the 12th century, in the city of Constantinople alone, the emperors received from shop rents and market and custom dues the enormous annual revenue of 7,300,000 solidi of gold. Finally, Constantinople was a great intellectual city. We have already alluded to the fact that in spite of all she owed to contact with the East and to the influence of Christianity, Byzantine civilization had remained imbued with the spirit of antiquity. In no other place in the medieval world had the classical tradition been retained so completely as in Byzantium. In no other place had direct contact with Hellenism been so well maintained. Politically, the Byzantine Empire could indeed claim the name of Rome, and to be her heir. Intellectually, she was firmly rooted in the fertile soil of ancient Greece. In the rest of medieval Europe, Greek was a foreign language, which was difficult to learn, and which even the most eminent intellects for long found hard to understand. In Byzantium, Greek was the national language, and this fact alone was enough to bestow on Byzantine civilization an absolutely different aspect from that of other medieval civilizations. There, it was never necessary to discover Greek antiquity anew. The Byzantine libraries were richly endowed with all the wealth of Greek literature, and in them there existed many works of which we have only preserved the title and the bare memory. The nature and extent of reading shown in the works of Byzantine authors prove no less what close contact Byzantium had kept with the classical masterpieces. Greek literature was the very foundation of Byzantine education. An important place was indeed reserved for the scriptures, the works of the fathers, the lives of saints, and sometimes also for mathematics and music. But grammar, rhetoric, dialectic, the perusal and annotation of the classical masterpieces were its essential features. Every cultivated person had studied Homer, quote, the all-wise Homer, unquote, as he was called by Tzitzis, and not only Homer, but Hesiod and Pindar, the tragic poets and Aristophanes, historians such as Thucydides and Polybius, orators such as Demosthenes, the treatises of Aristotle and the dialogues of Plato, as well as Theocritus, Plutarch, Libanius, and Lucian. When we consider the extent of learning shown by an imperial princess such as Anna Komnena, who prided herself on having studied, quote, Hellenism from end to end of quote, or by a man of high descent such as Phocius, or by a lettered member of the middle class such as Michael Psellus, we realize what were the character and extent of this education throughout all classes of society. From the 9th to the 14th century, the schools of Constantinople were renowned throughout the whole world, in the Arab East as in the Latin West. An author of the 13th century has left a picturesque sketch of the eager life led there, very like that led in the Mussulman universities of the present day, and of the subtle arguments which went on all day long in the school of the Holy Apostles, between grammarians and dialecticians, doctors, mathematicians, and musicians. But above all, the University of Constantinople was the incomparable home of the classical tradition. Founded in the 5th century by the Emperor Theodosius II, reconstituted in the 9th century in the Palace of Magnora by Caesar Bardus, protected with careful solicitude by the emperors of the 10th century, the university was an admirable school of philosophy and science. The masters of the rhetors, who were alike grammarians, philologists, and humanists, lectured on the texts of the poets, historians, and orators of ancient Greece. The consuls of the philosophers studied Aristotle and Plato, and from the 11th century onwards, teachers such as Psellus and John Italus preluded that Platonic Renaissance which was to be the glory of the 15th century in Italy. Men of science, mathematicians, astronomers, and naturalists rendered services comparable, as is declared by a good judge, to those rendered by Roger Bacon in the West. The school of law, which had been so flourishing in the days of Justinian, was reorganized in the 11th century. Medicine was the object of learned research, but education was mainly based on the study of the classical masterpieces. In the 11th century, Psellus interpreted the ancient texts with an enthusiasm for Athens, which betrayed itself in striking and charming touches. In the 12th century, Eustathius of Thessalonica wrote commentaries on Homer and Pindar. The great professors of the days of the Paleologi, such as Planudes, Moscopolus, and Triclinius, were admirable philologists inspired already with the spirit of humanism. Round them there flocked students drawn from every part of the empire, and also from the Arab world and from the distant West. The success of their teaching was prodigious, and its influence profound. The whole of Byzantine society, in its literary tastes and its writings, seems to have been imbued with the spirit of antiquity. The language used by most of the great Byzantine authors is a learned, almost artificial language, entirely modeled on the classical masterpieces and quite unrelated to the spoken tongue, which came to approximate more and more to its modern form. And from all this there arose a remarkable movement of thought, of which Byzantine literature is the significant expression. This is not the place in which to write the history of Byzantine literature. To indicate the position it occupied in the civilization of the empire, it will be enough to mention its different periods, its principal tendencies, and to describe the general features which characterized it. In the history of ideas, as in the history of art and in political history, the 6th century was a brilliant and fruitful period, still imbued with Hellenic influence, which in history as in poetry and eloquence still appeared to be continuing the development of classical Greek literature. The grave crisis through which the empire passed between the 7th and 9th centuries caused a notable slackening in the intellectual movement. Literature then assumed an almost exclusively ecclesiastical character. This was undoubtedly the feeblest period in the history of thought in Byzantium. But after the middle of the 9th century, contact being restored with the ancient culture, a renaissance came about, simultaneously with the political renaissance experienced by the empire under the government of the princes of the Macedonian family, and with the renaissance of art, likewise inspired by the classical tradition. The 10th century appears especially as an era of scientists and learned men, intent on compiling in vast encyclopedias an inventory of all the intellectual riches inherited from the past. On these foundations, later generations were to build. The 11th and 12th centuries were a period of extraordinary brilliancy in history, philosophy, and eloquence. And notwithstanding the crisis of 1204, this great activity of thought lasted until the days of the Paleologi, when, during the 14th and 15th centuries, both Byzantine literature and Byzantine art experienced an ultimate renaissance, as though, on the eve of the final catastrophe, Byzantium had gathered all her energies in a last magnificent expansion. At every period in this great movement of ideas, history was the favorite form of expression of Byzantine thought, and in this, and in religious poetry, we find the most remarkable manifestation of the Byzantine genius. To show the prodigious wealth and infinite variety of this class of literature, it will be enough to recall the names of its most famous representatives. In the 6th century, Procopius, Agathias, and Menander. In the 10th, Constantine Porphyrogenitus and Leo Diaconus. In the 11th, Cellus and Michael Italiades. In the 12th, Nicephorus Bryennius, Anna Comnena, Cinemus, and Nicetas. In the 13th, Acropolita and Pachymeres. In the 14th, Nicephorus Gregoras and John Cantacuzene. And finally, in the 15th, Chalcondyles, Ducas, Francis, and Critobulus. In addition, there were chroniclers, such as Malalas in the 6th century, Theophanes and Nicephorus at the end of the 8th, George Monachus and Simeon Magister in the 10th, Silitzes in the 11th, and Cedrinus and Zonaras in the 12th. If we compare some of these great historians with their contemporaries in the Latin West, we shall recognize that the Greeks are on an undoubtedly higher intellectual plane by their political insight, the delicacy of their psychology, their sense of composition, and the quality of their language. And there are some of them, for instance Cellus, who, by the picturesque precision of their descriptions, their acuteness of observation, and the raciness and humor of their style, are equal to the greatest in any literature. This was partly because all these writers had behind them a long tradition by which they were inspired. In Byzantium, history was closely allied to the classical past. In like manner, theology, which with history was the subject which undoubtedly most interested Byzantine thought, was always dominated by the Christian past. Here again, to show the abundance of their literature, it will be enough to mention a few names. Leontius of Neapolis in the 6th century, John Damascenus and Theodore of Studion in the 8th, Photius in the 9th, Cellus in the 11th, Euthymius Zigabanus, Nicholas of Methoni, and Nicetas Comminatus in the 12th. During the last centuries of the empire, the great representatives of Eastern mysticism, Palamas and the two Cabasilas, and the followers of Western scholastic philosophy, Gregory Ascendinus, Demetrius Sidonus, and Nicephorus Gregoras, and in the 15th century, the adversaries and the friends of the Latins, Marcus Eugenicus, George Scalarius, and Bessarion. There were also the hagiographic writers, whose work was summed up in the 10th century in the vast collection of Simeon Metaphrastes, and the masters of religious eloquence, whose most famous representatives, Photius in the 9th century, Eustathius of Thessalonica, and Michael Achaemenidus in the 12th, were greatly superior to most of the contemporary Western preachers. And here again, it is an undoubted fact that this theological literature was, as a whole, at least until the 12th century, greatly superior to anything similar produced by the West. However, the powerful influence exerted on all minds by the classical or Christian past was not without drawbacks. The constant effort to adhere to classical models bestowed a singularly artificial style on historical writing. The incessant fear felt by theologians, lest they should depart from the tradition of the fathers, deprived their ideas of much originality and freedom, especially after the middle of the 9th century. In spite, however, of these shackles, Byzantium was sometimes capable of creative work. It is the immortal glory of Michael Cellus that in the 11th century he restored the Platonic doctrine to its place in education, and he inaugurated a movement of free thought which was a source of serious disquietude to the Church, and it was likewise by means of Byzantines, Gennadius, Gemistus Plethon, and Bessarion, that in the 15th century the West became acquainted with Platonic thought. It is the immortal glory of Romanus, quote, le premier des melodies, end of quote, that at the dawn of the 6th century, by his hymns full of ardent inspiration, heartfelt sincerity, and intense dramatic power, he created that school of religious poetry which is indeed the most personal expression of the Byzantine genius. It is the glory of the philologists of the 14th century that, as we have seen, they initiated the great movement towards humanism. Many other instances might be cited to show alike the variety and creative power of this literature. It must, however, be admitted that as a whole, in spite of the real talent of many of its writers, it often lacks freshness, spontaneity, and life, and that being almost the exclusive property of the learned, it very quickly became more and more unintelligible to the mass of the Greek people. It was exactly for this reason that little by little the spoken language found a place in literature, and here a masterpiece made its appearance. This was the popular epic, a cycle of chansons de geste, of which the poem of Diogenes Acritus is the most celebrated example, and which about the 11th century collected around the name of some national hero. In this epic poetry, as in religious poetry, Byzantium owed nothing to ancient models. Its form and language were new. It had its roots in the depths of the Byzantine soul, the Christian soul of the people. Thence it derived its freshness of inspiration and of thought. It also proves, with other works, that in spite of its close dependence on the past, in spite of the learned and artificial style which it too often assumed, Byzantine literature, alike by the free circulation of ideas which it exhibits, and the creative originality which it often displayed, deserves a place in the history of Byzantine civilization. Byzantine art was one of the most brilliant expressions of Byzantine civilization, and also one of the most characteristic. Everywhere in it, we find that love of stupendous luxury and of prodigious splendor, which Byzantium displayed at every period of her history. In the decoration of churches and palaces, it is always the same story: precious marbles, glittering mosaics, magnificent work in gold and silver, and wonderful hangings, all intended to enhance the beauty of the rites of religion and the majesty of the imperial person. In public and private life, nothing but sumptuous tissues shot with purple and gold, finely carved ivories, bronzes inlaid with silver, richly illuminated manuscripts, enamels cloisonné in resplendent colors, gold and silver plate, and costly jewels. Whether by decorating the walls of churches with the pageant of sacred history skillfully disposed, this art was intent on glorifying God, on expressing an article of faith, on interpreting the liturgical rites, or whether to glorify the majesty of the sovereign and to give pleasure to the court and to the grandees, it was depicting in a more profane spirit subjects borrowed from classical history or mythology, picturesque scenes dear to Hellenistic art, as well as historical paintings, representations of imperial victories, and portraits of the princes in their glory. Everywhere we find that love of magnificence which even today makes us visualize Byzantium in a jeweled iridescence, in a shimmer of gold. It must not, however, be thought that, as is too often said, this art was a lifeless and monotonous one, incapable of transformation or renewal. Like Byzantine literature, it remained indeed firmly attached to classical tradition and constantly returned to classical models for fresh sources of inspiration and occasionally for fresh methods. Like the whole of Byzantine civilization, it had indeed been greatly influenced by the East, and had thence derived a taste for realism and color, and it had received an even deeper imprint from Christianity, which, while using it for the service of the Church, also brought it under her guardianship and subjection. Because of all this, and also because it was essentially an official art, Byzantine art often lacked freshness, spontaneity, and life. It was often both an imitation and a copy. In its excessive attachment to tradition and docility to the Church, it too often and too quickly translated its most fertile discoveries into immutable formulas. Nevertheless, the fact remains that this art showed itself capable of creation, that at least twice in the course of its 1,000 years' existence, it succeeded in regaining a new vigor and experiencing an unlooked-for revival, and that by combining the various tendencies under whose influence it had come, it succeeded in assuming an original form, quote, responding to the real genius of the people, end of quote. Justinian's reign marks the decisive moment when, after a long period of preparation and experiment, Byzantine art found its definitive formula and at the same time attained its apogee. Quote, at this moment, says Choisy with much discrimination, the evolution was complete. All the methods of construction were fixed. All types of buildings had been produced and were being applied at the same time without exclusion or prejudice. The polygonal design found new life in St. Sergius at Constantinople and San Vital at Ravenna. The basilican form recurs in the Church of the Mother of God in Jerusalem. The cruciform plan with 5 domes appears in the reconstruction of the Church of the Holy Apostles. St. Sophia in Salonika presents the type of a church with a central dome, of which the churches of Athos and Greece are only variants. End of quote. Finally, St. Sophia at Constantinople, a marvel of science and audacity, is the original and magnificent masterpiece of the new style. In these buildings, so varied in type and plan, in which the creative fertility of Byzantine art shows itself, a sumptuous decoration clothes the walls with many-colored marbles and dazzling mosaics, with backgrounds of blue and gold, such as are to be seen in San Apollinare Nuovo or in San Vital at Ravenna, and at Parenzo in Istria, or such as could be seen at St. Demetrius in Salonika before the fire of 1917. These same tendencies, love of luxury and a combination of the classical spirit and Eastern realism, are revealed in all the works of this period, in the miniatures which illustrate the Genesis and the Dioscorides in Vienna, the Joshua and the Cosmos at the Vatican, the Bible of Florence, the Gospels of Rossano, in the ivories and in the tissues. Everywhere we find this striving after decorative effect, this love for brilliant colors, this eagerness for pomp and majesty, which bestow such imposing beauty on the monuments of this age. This was the first golden age of Byzantine art, but this great effort was no transitory one. After the iconoclastic crisis, there was a magnificent revival from the 10th to the 12th century in the days of the Macedonian emperors and the Comneni. Under the influence of the recovered classical and secular tradition, Byzantium then experienced a marvelous efflorescence of art. Unfortunately, nothing is left of the imperial palace, nor of the Nea, the new basilica, which was one of the masterpieces of the new style. But the little churches in Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece are enough to show how Byzantine architects succeeded in making charming and ingenious variations on the plan of a Greek cross, and how they sought inspiration, sometimes in simple lines, sometimes in harmonious complexity, in the picturesque effects taught by the Hellenistic tradition, or in the austere and grave ideal, with large masses and firm lines, derived from the Eastern tradition. The mosaics of St. Luke in Phocis and of Daphne in Attica, in their admirable blending of color and decorative effect, reveal the skillful arrangement of this iconography, an achievement alike artistic and theological, which devoted profound thought to the inspiration and scheme of the decorations in sacred edifices, and which was one of the most remarkable creations of the Byzantine genius. The same mastery is visible in the beautiful manuscripts illuminated for the emperors, the Gregory Nazianzeni and the Psalter of Paris, the Menologium in the Vatican, the Psalter of Venice, and in all the examples of the minor arts, such as ivory triptychs, reliquaries, or binding set with enamels, the figured or embroidered silken stuffs. No doubt, during this second golden age, under the influence of theology, art sacrificed a great deal to decorum, to discipline, and to respect for tradition. Nevertheless, there is evident, especially in the imperial and secular art, of which there remain only too few examples, a search for the picturesque, an often realistic observation of life, and a feeling for color, which show a continual desire for renewal, and foreshadow the evolution whence was derived the last renaissance of Byzantine art during the 14th and 15th centuries. The mosaics of ClemmFandango, the frescoes at Mistra, the churches in Athos, Macedonia, Serbia, and Russia bear witness to the marvelous expansion which Byzantine art experienced in the days of the Paleologi. Once again, Byzantine art was transformed. It became living, picturesque, dramatic, emotional, and charming. Its iconography became enriched and renewed itself, more pathetic and more impassioned. Its skillful and harmonious use of color seems almost impressionistic. Schools were formed, and works comparable to the creations of the Italian primitives were produced. In the course of its 1,000 years' history, the Byzantine monarchy experienced many unexpected and striking revivals, in which, according to the phrase of one chronicler, quote, "that old mother, the empire, appeared like a young girl adorned with gold and precious stones." End of quote. Byzantine art underwent similar experiences. It also became transformed and renovated, and Constantinople, which, as Rimbaud has justly remarked, was more than once in the course of her long history herself the whole empire, and which, on the very brink of the catastrophe which threatened destruction, succeeded in striking out a path of salvation and renewed life, likewise represents, by the monuments which are preserved, the evolution and greatness of Byzantine art. St. Sophia and the other monuments of Justinian's reign, the charming churches of the period of the Macedonians and the Comneni, and the mosaics of ClemmFandango testify to the splendor and the transformations of this art, and, in spite of the loss of so many other monuments, are enough to show what a marvelously artistic city she was, and why, for centuries, she appeared as the real center of the civilized world. End of section 108.
Section 109 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine Civilization, Part 4, by Charles Diehl. Constantinople was not the only great city in the empire. All round the shores of the eastern Mediterranean, at the termini of the known and frequented trade routes, flourishing towns were to be found, active centers of exchange, at which were gathered the merchants and merchandise of the whole world. Among them, until the 7th century, when they were taken from the empire by the Arab conquest, were Alexandria in Egypt and the Syrian ports. Later, there were the great cities of Asia Minor, Tarsus, Ephesus, Smyrna, Phocaea, and Trebizond, which last was from the 13th to the 15th century to be the capital of a powerful state. In Europe, there was Thessalonica, which was, after Constantinople, the most important economic center of the European provinces, and which boasted that it was particularly dear to the emperor's heart. There, every year at the end of October, on the occasion of the feast of St. Demetrius, the patron and celestial protector of the city, was held a famous fair in the plain of the Vardar, to which for business transactions there resorted Greeks and Slavs, Italians and Spaniards, Celts from beyond the Alps, and men who came from the distant shores of the Atlantic. In this great city of commerce and wealth, sumptuous churches testified to the riches of the inhabitants and their love of magnificence. Of these, the most famous was the Basilica of St. Demetrius. In many provinces of the empire, a flourishing industry was engaged in the manufacture of those articles of luxury which were the glory of Byzantine workshops. Thebes, Corinth, and Patras were famous for their silks. Thessalonica was renowned for its activity in the arts of smelting and metalwork. Heavy gold brocade, magnificent silken stuffs dyed in dark violet or in bright purple and covered with embroidery, fine linens, marvelous goldsmiths' work, cloisonné enamel, elegant glasswork, all came from the hands of Byzantine artisans. And it was to this industrial and commercial activity that the Byzantine Empire, the economic center of the Eastern world, owed long centuries of prodigious wealth. This was not, however, the most original and noteworthy feature which Byzantine civilization presented in the provinces.
All through the empire, but especially in the Asiatic provinces, were to be found vast domains whose proprietors, with their retinue of clients, vassals, and soldiers, led an entirely feudal existence on their estates. Very early, both in the Byzantine East and in the Latin West, a twofold social phenomenon was observable. In the general insecurity of a troubled time, the obscure, the poor, and the weak sought the patronage, patrocinium, of some powerful and wealthy neighbor, and in return for the advantages they reaped from this protection, they bartered their liberty and became the clients and vassals of the great noble who was to defend them. On the other hand, the great landowners, the powerful, dunatoi, as they were called, made use of their power to increase their lands at the expense of the small landholders, and thus small independent holdings disappeared at the same time as the freemen. On the enormous estates which thus came into existence lived those great feudal families whose names fill Byzantine history. In Asia there were the Phocas, Saleri, Dalasani, Ducas, Comneni, and Paleologi. In Europe, the Brieni, Melisani, Cantacuzanes, and many others. Very rich from the lands they possessed, and which they were constantly augmenting by the usurpations, very powerful from the number of clients and vassals whom they collected round them, they added to these causes of influence the prestige of the high offices which the emperor entrusted to them, and they increased their riches by the salaries and endowments which the government distributed among them. It was among these great nobles indeed that the Basileus found his best servants and his most illustrious generals. But in spite of the services it rendered, this landed aristocracy created a formidable danger for the empire. A serious social question arose from the 9th century onwards in the Byzantine world confronted by the two classes, the powerful, dunatoi, and the poor, penates. The disappearance of the free peasant had the effect of robbing the state of taxable material, necessary for a satisfactory state of the finances. The disappearance of the small freeholds, especially of those military fiefs which the emperors had established as one of the bases of recruiting, robbed the army, of which the hardy peasants were the essential nucleus, of its best soldiers. To defend the small holdings and the middle class of small peasant proprietors, and to check the usurpations of the powerful, the emperors of the 9th and 10th century struggled energetically and even violently with the great feudal barons, and for a time, during the reign of Basil II, it seemed as though they had conquered. But it was only in appearance. From the 11th century, the aristocracy raised its head once more and took its revenge. When, at the beginning of the 13th century, the Latins conquered the Byzantine Empire, they easily identified the Greek archon with the Western baron, and the peasant tied to the land, paroikos, with the villeins they had at home. And indeed, the place occupied in this apparently absolute monarchy by feudalism was not the least curious nor the least surprising thing in the history of Byzantium. Nor was this all. By the fact of regional recruiting, the soldiers who were placed under the command of these great nobles in the army were very often their clients and vassals in civil life. They knew their leaders, their illustrious descent, their wealth, and their exploits. They appreciated their liberality and the value of their protection. These soldiers therefore displayed wholehearted devotion and fidelity to their generals. They obeyed these leaders whom they admired much more readily than the distant emperor. Moreover, although the great barons were generally faithful subjects, they were always unruly ones. They treated the emperor almost as an equal. They considered that they had a right to give him advice, and were very much surprised if he did not follow it in every particular. Finally, a firm solidarity arising from community of interests, reinforced by numerous family marriages and maintained by a common life of exploits and dangers, united the members of this aristocracy. Entrenched in their impregnable castles, proud of their wealth, their popularity, and their prestige, these great feudal lords were therefore quite naturally inclined to lay down the law to the emperor, to express their dissatisfaction, or to manifest their ambition by formidable insurrections. The second half of the 10th century was full of these great feudal insurrections, with which are associated the names of Bardas Phocas and Bardas Sclerus, and which caused such serious trouble to the Byzantine Empire. There we see what close bonds of devotion and fidelity united the great barons and the men of their native province, how community of interests and of sentiments made all these archons into one caste, and what proud and magnificent figures were produced by this aristocratic Byzantine society. The epic of Diogenes Acritus gives a good picture of the life of these great Asiatic barons, a life of luxury, wealth, and splendor, the beauty of their palaces built in the midst of gardens and glittering with jewels and gold, and with shining mosaics, the marvelous feasts which were given in these castles, the unparalleled extravagance of costume and arms, the great hunting expeditions, the adventures in love and in war, and the wonderful exploits of which their life was full. There also is shown the independent temper of these great barons, and above all, we realize the violent and brutal, chivalrous and heroic existence which was led on the frontiers of Asia, subject to the perpetual menace of a Muslim invasion and to the constant care for the defense of the empire and the Orthodox religion. It was a land of fine feats of arms, of single combats, abductions, pillage, massacres, adventure, war. No doubt the epic has embellished it with a touch of the marvelous. It has adorned with grace and courtesy the real and permanent background of brutality and cruelty which characterized this society. Nevertheless, it explains how good a preparation for life and for warfare this rough existence was to these men of the provinces, and how it enabled these indefatigable warriors to become the real strength of the monarchy. The provinces, and especially the Asiatic provinces, supplied the empire with its best soldiers and the greater part of the crews for the fleet. The themes of Anatolia, as has been said, quote, really formed the Roman Empire, end of quote. When contrasted with the capital, the Byzantine provinces appear as a hardy element, healthy and strong, with their rough peasants, their tenants of military fiefs, caballarioi, and their great nobles marvelously trained for war from boyhood. These men indeed had their faults, and they were often dangerous to the empire. The curious little book in which one of them, Kekomenes, towards the middle of the 11th century summed up the lessons of his long experience, and of his realistic and somewhat disillusioned wisdom, reveals them as rather mistrustful of the capital, as too refined, too elegant, and of the court as too fertile in humiliations and disgraces. They lived on their estates and were eager to enrich themselves. As loyal and faithful subjects, they served in the army. Above all, they wished to remain independent. But such as they were the strength of the empire. As long as Byzantium was mistress of Asia, she was strong militarily and economically. When at the end of the 11th century she lost the greater part of Anatolia, it was a terrible blow from which the empire never recovered. End of section 109. Section 110 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine Civilization, Part 5, by Charles Diehl. 5. We must now seek to ascertain from the sources at our disposal what was the mentality of the medieval Greeks, and to discover the general character, so complex and complicated, of the Byzantine mind. We have already described some of the dominant tastes of this society, the place held by religion both in public and private life, the love of shows, of ceremonies, of the games in the circus, the taste for intrigue and for magnificence. We have referred to the industrial and commercial activity, the stout military energy, and above all, the intellectual superiority which characterized it. To arrive at a complete understanding of the Byzantine character, we must also remember of how many different elements and how many different races this medieval Greek society was composed. Situated on the borders of Asia and Europe, and subject alike to the influences of the Persian and Arabian East and the infiltration of all the northern barbarians, this society was essentially cosmopolitan. Here Slavs, Thracians, Armenians, Caucasians, Italians, and Arabs met and mingled. Certain races, such as Slavs and Armenians, at certain moments exercised a preponderating influence. By the prestige and power of her civilization, Byzantium indeed succeeded in assimilating and transforming these apparently opposed and refractory elements, and such was the strength of the classical tradition with which this society was imbued, that Hellenism stamped its impress deep on all these foreigners, and that Greek, the language of the church, of the administration, and of the literature, acquired, as has been said by Rimbaud, quote, a false air of being the national language, end of quote, in the Byzantine Empire. But under this common stamp there existed many contrasts, and the Byzantine mind presented a mixture, often contradictory and sometimes disconcerting, of high qualities and startling vices. In many ways, the Byzantine was an Oriental. As we have seen, he delighted in magnificent spectacles. It did not displease him if these spectacles were bloody and savage. We know the atrocity of Byzantine punishments, the refinements of torture with which the people wreaked their anger on their victims. By contact with the East, these Greeks acquired a cruel mentality. They were pitiless as they were unscrupulous. They delighted in alternations of bloodshed, sensuality, and death. When their passions were aroused, when their anger was excited, when their religious or political hatred was unloosed, these nervous and impressionable people were capable of all kinds of violence, and like the Turks of the present day, whom they resemble in many particulars, these same men, when cool, showed themselves to be gifted with strong qualities and real virtues. Among the Byzantine middle class, as depicted by Psellus, and even among the aristocracy, we find charming examples of the close ties of family life. But in these same exquisite minds, there was sometimes to be found a singular hardness of heart, and their religious preoccupation encouraged in them a lack of balance and steadiness, and a mystic exaltation which rendered them dangerous to handle. But, although they were akin to the East, the Byzantines were also Greeks, keenly interested in all things of the mind, curious about enquiries and subtleties of all kinds, and generally intelligent to a very high degree. Like true Greeks, they delighted in the refinements of argument, applying the methods of ancient sophistry to religious matters with a passionate ardor. They delighted in words. In their eyes, eloquence was always the supreme virtue. And they also delighted in gossip, in raillery, and in abuse, whether it were vulgar or witty. But although they were thereby indeed the heirs of the Athenians of Aristophanes, Christianity had given another direction to these tendencies. The Byzantines believed in miracles, in soothsayers, in magic, in astrology. They lived in an atmosphere of exalted mysticism, and when their piety was involved, they were prepared to sacrifice everything, even their country, to their desire to prove their case and triumph in the controversy. Under this twofold influence, a very complex character became formed. In great moments indeed, and these were frequent, the Byzantines were capable of valor, of delicacy, of disinterestedness, of devotion. There were many very worthy men in Byzantine society. Nevertheless, the morality of most was indifferent or even doubtful. In spite of the apparently severe segregation of feminine life, there was great corruption in the Greek world of the Middle Ages. The administration, in spite of the great services it rendered to the state, was honeycombed with vices. As places were sold, so were favors and justice. To make a fortune and gain advancement, merit was of less use than intrigue, and even among the best, by the side of undeniable good qualities, there is visible an eager pursuit of selfish aims, whether of pleasure or of adventure, wealth or power, and a manner of conducting life which left too much scope for skillful acuteness, for successful cunning, and for cleverly calculated treachery. And this explains why these supple and subtle Greeks, in spite of their real virtues, were always regarded with distrust by the blunt and straightforward Latins, and why so many lamentable prejudices arose in the West against Byzantium, which have survived to the present day. What is specially noticeable in the Byzantines, who were as extraordinarily ardent for good as for evil, is a frequent lack of balance and steadiness. and above all, a striking discrepancy between their intelligence, which is unquestionable and often admirable, and their character, which was not up to the level of their mentality. We feel that they were overburdened by their past, that their energies were soon exhausted, and that they were wanting in moral principles. Whether we consider Cellus, who was certainly one of the most remarkable men produced by Byzantium, and the most finished type of courtier, or, in a somewhat different social grade, John Cantacuzene, or again Andronicus Comnenus, or a provincial mind, such as is revealed in the writings of Cecomenes, everywhere we find the same characteristics: a prudent cleverness untroubled by idle scruples, a wary caution bordering on cunning, unmeasured ambitions and vile intrigues, a subtle intelligence which is not supported by moral principles. But although demoralization was undoubted and deep-seated, the Byzantines were always supremely talented. Compared with the barbarians who surrounded them, these ingenious and cultivated Greeks, who reflected on complex and difficult themes and speculations, and who knew how to express their thoughts in fine language, who were capable of comprehending and discussing the most delicate problems, who understood how to resolve all the difficulties of life with elegant ingenuity, and who moreover were not hampered by idle scruples, seem like men of a higher race, like educators and masters. It was for this reason that Byzantine civilization exercised such profound influence on the whole medieval world, as much by its external splendor as by its innate value, and that it rendered eminent services alike to the Arabs and Slavs in the East and to the Latins in the West. 6. To the Slav and Oriental world, Byzantium was what Rome has been to the Western and Germanic world, that is to say, the great educator, the great initiator, the bringer both of religion and of civilization. She supplied the Serbs, Croats, Bulgars, and Russians not only with the Orthodox faith, but with all the elements of their future greatness: the conception of government, the principles of law, the forms of more refined life and of intellectual and artistic culture. Byzantium gave the Slavs their alphabet and their literary language on the day when Kirill and Methodius, the apostles of the Slavs, translated the scriptures into a Slavonic dialect for the use of the Moravians, whom they were about to convert, and invented the glagolitic script in which to write their translation. Not only by her missionaries, but also by her architects, who built churches for the new converts, and her artists, who decorated them with mosaics and frescoes, Byzantium brought historic life and civilization to all the Slav nations of the East. Over all of these, and also over the nations of the Asiatic East, the Armenians, and even the Arabs, she exercised supremacy to a greater or lesser degree, by means of her literature, her art, her laws, her religion. To all of them she presented a marvelous model, and thereby Byzantium accomplished a very great work in the general history of civilization. To the West she also gave many things. For centuries, as we know, the Greek Empire possessed more or less important parts of Italy, and the imperial government made so great and successful an effort to assimilate its Italian subjects that even under the Norman and Angevin kings, the peninsula seemed like a new Magna Graecia. We have referred to the active relations which Syrian and Byzantine merchants maintained in the western Mediterranean, and the numerous establishments founded there by Greek monks. We have called special attention to the marvelous prestige which the imperial city enjoyed among Western peoples, and how all works of art, which were difficult of execution or of rare quality, were sought in Constantinople. The close relations established by the Crusades led to yet greater knowledge of the Byzantine world. From this incessant contact, the West derived enormous intellectual benefit. It was from Byzantium that there came the knowledge of the Justinian law, and the masters who taught it in Bologna from the close of the 11th century played no small part in spreading the principles from which jurists derived absolute monarchy and divine right. It was from Byzantium that there came the great artistic movement, which between the 5th and 7th centuries created the monuments in Ravenna and Rome, and which, later in the 11th and 12th centuries, made the splendor of Venice and of Norman Sicily. St. Mark's, which is a reproduction of the Church of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople, with its 5 domes, the richness of its marbles, metalwork, and mosaics, the gleam of the purple and gold which illuminate it, offers the most exact picture of Byzantium as she was in the days of the Macedonian Renaissance. The mosaics at Kefalou, in the Cappella Palatina at Palermo, in the Materana Church, and at Monreal are admirable examples of the genius of Byzantine artists. For centuries, Byzantine art was, as has been said, the standard art of Europe, and in the Middle Ages only Gothic art was capable of an equally vast and fruitful growth. Both the Carolingian and the Ottonian Renaissance were infinitely indebted to Byzantium. Romanesque architecture and decoration were inspired by Byzantine lessons and models, far more than is generally believed. No doubt, the capture of Constantinople by the Crusaders in 1204, and the half-century of Latin supremacy which followed, were a serious blow for the Greek capital, and for Byzantine civilization, from which, politically, the empire never recovered. But even though, under the Paleologi, decadence was evident, Constantinople still remained a wonderful city, and the Greek world still retained part of its intellectual and artistic superiority. The Italian primitives of the Trecento were in many ways Byzantines. It was in the school of Byzantium that 14th century Italy learnt Greek. The great professors in the days of the Paleologi were the initiators of the revival of Greek studies, and they contributed in no small measure to prepare the great movement of humanism. Finally, it was from Byzantium, which from the 11th century had restored it to a place in education, that Italy learnt the Platonic philosophy. And though indeed it is an exaggeration to say, as has been done, that without Byzantium the world would perhaps never have known the Renaissance, it is at least undeniable that Byzantium played a great part in bringing it to pass, and that by the services it rendered to the European world, as well as by its own brilliancy, Byzantine civilization deserves an eminent place in the history of thought, of art, and of humanity. End of section 110. End of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire.